Hello everybody, good evening, good morning, or none of the above. Welcome back to Factorio 1.1, the 10,000 signs per minute base, where we are currently working on low density structures. What you're looking at now is the entirety of the low density structure build, including the low density structures for yellow signs, for the rocket parts, which are way more expensive than in Factorio 2.0 here. And as well for the satellite, which has been completely removed. I said no spoilers for Factorio 2.0 and I'm blabbering away immediately. What else is new? Welcome to this totally not avoiding Gleba stream today. For those of you who are not watching the other live streams, yesterday we finally traveled to the planet of Gleba. After fully finishing the other two planets, it was finally time to start the suffering. But we just hovered above in space and we ended the stream, and today I'm streaming 10k SPM. Do you miss the new armor that I shall not mention specifics about? Not yet, because currently we are still in editor mode. I think I won't really miss it for this playthrough, because once you get to this scale of builds, basically everything is done from the map view. The designing and the stuff with bots, all is done from the map view. And currently the designing is done in editor mode. But yeah, for a normal playthrough, there is a really pretty significant amount of time where that new armor, which we shall not discuss the specifics about, shall be useful. Gleba isn't that bad, but it keeps breaking. Is this going on YouTube? No, this is not live on YouTube at least. I'm uploading all these streams to my second YouTube channel. Make backup system to restart the Gleba factory. This is the old Factorio version, yes. So this is the 10,000 signs per minute base. So there is not much of 10,000 signs per minute going on in this base, because I basically cut away all of my base. So we can simulate the game a bit faster. Because with the entire base setup, we are getting barely 60 UPS at the moment. We do have the entire blue chip setup over here actually. That's also a nice work of art. Also featuring a lot of belts of copper. Here coming 60 belts of copper are coming in here. Actually it's only 40, but we are splitting them up in 60 in this giant 40 to 60 splitter, which is basically just a bunch of 2 to 3 splitters. That way we are making 60 belts of copper, 60 belts of iron, and 2/3 of a belt is enough to provide enough iron and copper to compress a full belt of green chips, which are immediately consumed by blue chips after some cursed belt weaving. A blue belt with green chips goes to a red belt with red chips, and then again it's a blue belt with green chips, and on the other side a blue belt with blue chips is coming out, if you still can follow this. So that is the blue chip build. It's kind of similar in size really, except this one looks nicer with the with the iron and copper mix coming in between, like so. We've got a giant like flood wave of copper coming in. It's going to be epic once it's all up and running. The LDS build has even more belts of copper, but it has no iron, at least not yet. We've got 42 belts on one side and 42 belts on the other side. Together 84 belts of copper. That has been designed, the LDS itself has been designed, the smelting in line has been designed for basically feeding 2 lines of copper in a single column, smelting it into 2 compressed belts of copper here, and that goes into 2 sets of low density structure assemblers, which can consume the full belt of copper and output low density structures. Of course, again with some more cursed belt weaving. So yeah, if you go with like beaconed builds, belt weaving is the name of the game usually. Especially if you need to bring in another belt of copper for the second row of low density structures. So yeah, the resource intakes have been designed. Here we are gonna get in roughly 9 belts of steel, or 8.4 to be exact, and exactly 21 belts of plastics we need to make. So every 4 sets, every 4 belts of copper are met with 1 belt of plastic, as the recipe is... I'm already looking here, as the recipe is 20 copper and 5 plastic, so 4 times as much copper, and only 1/10 the steel compared to copper. So you're basically dividing each steel belt over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 belts. So that has been designed. The low density structures are coming out and they are being absorbed by this infinity loader, which just destroys it. Our task for today is to basically find and build the steel build, as well as the oil and coal for the 21 belts of plastics we are going to need. We can look a little bit here how we did it with the red chips. We've got some sort of modular plastic setup already, which can absorb a belt of coal and output 2 belts of plastics. So we'll probably be using this times 10.5 or 11, just like we are doing here. We might have to make some more cursed belt crossings. Yeah, that's the plan for today. I don't need to reload because I'm already in editor mode. When will the 10k SPM challenge be in space age? I don't know. I have it from hearsay that 10k SPM is fairly doable in space age, or at least 10k SPM of research progress. We are not measuring research progress here. We are measuring the actual physical designed beakers, even though the labs also have productivity bonus. I think I'm first going to have to finish my very first playthrough of Space Age, which I'm still working on now. We've done Novice and 2 of the 3 starter planets. After that there is still the 4th planet, which requires the first 3. And then there is still some sort of mystery ending, which I don't know anything about. So that will still take some time. And then I need to get good at the game after that's done. And then I can probably consider something like that. But I think the first Space Age playthrough is going to be something like similar to what I'm doing in the stream. Maybe just trying to do a cold start from every planet without technologies at all and just see how far we get. Starting... I don't know, I don't have anything worked out yet, but I've got some ideas which can maybe grow into something. It kind of depends though. I think it is fairly easy to get some of the science packs up to high levels. I think the Norwegian science packs so far look still the most intimidating so far. Although that's not really true, Volgora also was quite intimidating. I set up a reasonably sized base and it can produce only 90 science packs a minute. So yeah, it's a little bit questionable how that will go. Alright, I think we will get started. And I think we will get started with steel. That seems the easiest, as I just got a nice blueprint in my book here, which can basically mine 16 belts of iron ore and turn it into 4.5 belts of steel. That is perfect for what I need. So I just need to find 2 good iron patches on which this monster fits. And that will be 9 belts of steel coming out right at the get-go, and I don't need to think about anything. I don't need to think about how to build the miners, I don't need to think about how to build the smelters. It's all included in this blueprint, which is why I made it in the first place. Right, so we cannot use these the patches with a red mark. Those are used by purple signs, which is deleted from this blueprint. What is the best site for blueprints? I don't know. I have no idea really. I design all my own blueprints except for the balancer book, and I think I just saw that coming by in the forums and downloaded it, or I googled it or something. This is the only blueprint book I didn't design myself, because I am not going to figure out how to make a 2-to-7 or 7-to-2 balancer. That is not my cup of tea. So I really don't know where to get them. get them on my Discord if you like my builds, I would say. But I don't really have good omni-usable blueprints, except for the self-balancing starter base, I guess. I am really hearing a really bad echo, then refresh the stream, that probably helps. See if I'm not streaming myself again. Yeah, I think so too, it will be on your end. Right, so yeah, we got 9 bells of steel which we need to supply, so 2 times 4.5 bells is gonna be those 9 bells. We can actually just fit only the miners to start, to see if we can get a good patch out of there. I don't really mind grabbing it from a little bit further away, since again, anyway we're gonna condense 32 belts of ore directly into 9 belts of steel, so those belts can be a little bit longer. On the other hand, we've got a nice patch here. I'm not sure if it's rich enough, we'll have to try. It's like 2 options to place it, but it looks a little bit on the small side. Yeah, this is under 1 million. My goal is to have at least 1 million ore under every miner. And this one has only 450k. With 1 million ore, the base can run at least for 200 hours at the current mining productivity level. And probably longer at the once we start researching more levels of mining productivity. Yeah, let's move this up 1 tile. And we actually may get away with this here. 1.1 million, 1.4. Okay, no, these are actually poor. But these are my backup belts, so those can be poor. There's 2 miners at the bottom, which are just a backup ore. Those won't actually be producing anything. That is just like a safety mechanic. This is 18 belts of iron ore. I'm using 16 and I'm just sideloading all the other 16 belts with these 2. These belts will never move because these can reliably produce a full belt of ore at our level of mining productivity. Right, this seems to be an option. Let's see how the steel fits on top of that. Okay, that would fit like so. That is a pretty short line, maybe a little bit too short. We'll have to see. On the other hand, I don't need this space for anything. I can just mine coal here. I have oil here. We can maybe make plastics here. And plastics is going to be a short line as well. That can come up like here then. Something like so. Yeah, that's not too bad. So that could be 1 patch. The other patch will have to come from further away though. All of these patches are in use, so we definitely will need to go out here. So maybe I will just go out here with both of the steel builds. It maybe makes a bit more sense. Let's grab the miners only blueprint again. You want a newer balancer book that I have? Sure. Why not? I can have a look. In general, this one has been working fairly well. But it's already 4 years old. Maybe some optimizations have been made by now. But yeah, this one is pretty good. It even has the 128 to 128 balancer, which is about half the size of my steel build. And it actually works. We tested this thing in a stream a long time ago. I'm not gonna do it again. Okay, let's look a little bit further out. There's a steel patch over here and over here. Let's just build all 3 of them, and then we'll just keep 2. Okay, this is gonna be rich enough for sure. 3.6, 2.1, 5, 6, 2, 7. Yeah, this one is rich enough for sure. What about this one? Should I conserve? Like, there's a lot of iron patches up here, so I don't really need to conserve it. As we're basically done with most of the large builds after this. We've got all the blue chips, all the low density structures. We've got all purple signs. We've got all red, green and blue signs. It's only the remaining satellite parts and robot frames for yellow signs to be done. So yeah, I don't think we'll need a ton of iron anymore. Kind of thinking we just do these two and call it a day. Let me plop the last one on here anyway. But yeah, this patch is way bigger than we need. We could even like fit looks like 24 miners on here easily. One 1.7, 3.3, 2 million, 3 million. Alright, so if we do this one, we'll just cut off the bottom part here. But then we know we can at least get 8 more belts out of here if we wish. So okay, let's transform them into the steel smelteries. Alright, and let me set up some more of these giant raiders. Alright, so they need to come in here. Alright, I think that makes up my mind. If I can put plastics down here, I'll use this one as well to have some shorter lines. Should be good for UPS to not have this guy. But if I cannot fit it, then I want to have it. So let's Ctrl Z it back into place for now. Right. So technically that is steel. Alright, did you send it on the Discord or where you send it, Isabella? Hello. Why are we on map editor? Because we are designing. We are on the design phase. And designing builds of this size just doesn't work very well in the real game. So it's either opening that lab tile setup where you basically have no map, or we just made a copy of our world. So we have the locations of all the ore patches and all the other builds. And then we can basically make our builds in relation to where the ore patches are. So we have the shortest supply lines possible. Like over here, copper. If I did not have this copper here, if all copper would have been on the right side, I would have designed this differently, for instance. But now we have a symmetric left-right design here. We know steel is coming in from the bottom. We know plastics is coming in from over here somewhere. So yeah, that is why. Well, let's copy this setup from the chips, from the red chips. And we'll see if we can transform that. We also still need... yeah, of course, we cannot flip the chemical plants yet. Okay, let's first make the size we need. I guess we do the oil piping later. Maybe not, let's keep it in here for now. I kinda need to delete this. Right, so this is the copyable part, I presume. So this 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11. That is going to be 21 belts of plastics. I think we kinda, maybe we can even just align that with the steel build here, why not? And then this belt actually matches up with this belt, so that is nice. Because then we'll delete this belt over here. So this side will be empty. Yeah, it is way easier to fix mistakes here, as you can, and it's also easy to reset the build if you want to retest something. And we can have it visual, we can spawn in the plastic, so we can at least see what is going on, which makes the stream a lot more viewable, in my opinion. To have these belts actually transporting stuff, to have the assemblers actually working, to not have to worry about deleting the low density structures in 10 billion chests is a lot nicer to just work with, like this. Right, I guess plastics is in place. Now we just need to mine the coal. I guess the coal originally is coming in from the bottom. That is fairly easy to change though, but yeah, that would mean we need to cross the coal with the plastic. I think we just simply route the coal around. We also need oil, and I kind of forgot how my oil blueprint thing worked and how much oil this required. I think we have to go back to our friend the calculator. So we basically want to open plastics in a new tab. 1 belt of plastic divided by 21. It looks like some settings got changed here. Or what? Or are we using coal liquefaction or something? Yeah, this changed a bit. Alright, there we go. Actually, we want to know for 2 belts of plastics. The calculator had an update as well, so I need to relearn some of the stuff here. Thanks, G-Cosmics. Had to go for a bit. What have I missed? Not much. We placed the plastics, and I'm now figuring out how the oil stuff worked again. Looks like this needs to be supplied with 1 pipe of petroleum gas coming from a full pipe of oil. A full pipe is in Factorio 1.1 is like 1200 units-ish. Like, not really, but that's the general understanding. Alright, so I think I can now figure out again what the heck I was supposed to do. Because we do have... we do have an oil blueprint somewhere. Right, so the full blueprint... I think we need to build a 7 long thing. I can probably just look what I did here. Yeah, 7 long, alright. And this then should supply exactly enough petroleum gas for one set of these plastic builds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the 6th one is for sulfuric acid here, I remember now. Alright, so we basically need to copy this oil blueprint. My oil is located here. Actually, maybe it would fit like so. Also just plop that down there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess we need 11. I'm just gonna pretend this is also a full belt. So I need to mine 11 belts of coal. I forgot I need to mine 11 belts of coal. So we need to keep space to bring 11 belts of coal down here. That or we do another curve splitter, one of the two. For now let's plop it down here just for the size. That is pretty close by the palm jacks, which is important because we are dealing with the pipe length limit. At these quantities we need to have a pipe length of maximum 17 units. I guess it kinda makes sense to build it really close to the oil. In that case. Because the output pipes carry only 700 fluid a second. So those can be arbitrarily long almost, at least by easily long enough to bring it over to plastics here. Actually, this is within the confines of the purple science build. I have marked the border with these flasks, so I have to keep clear of that at least. Kinda want to build over this uranium patch though. Let me make a save. End of stream. I guess we go 369. LDSing, designing. This is still editor mode, so let's mark it. Editor. Let me load in my actual save for a change, instead of only spending time in the editor. Their blue chips have already been built, and purple science as well as the 1.7 million solar panels. One of the big improvements of Factorio 2.0 are the loading times. Everything really saves and loads much faster than in this version. Alright, so I was planning to grab this oil patch, I presume. Yeah, we've got giant steel mines up here, but this uranium patch is still free. And our low density structure build is up here. So yeah, we can easily take... I can build it on the uranium patch. That is what I wanted to know. Alright, I guess we'll just load back into editor mode then. That's all I needed to know. Kind of feel like I should have two laptops, one with my actual base just running so I can look up some things, and one with the design build. Isabel, I asked, did you send the blueprint book on Discord, or where did you send it? Alright, so this will fit as long as we keep the pipeworks within bounds. You know what? Sorry about this. I just will make a blueprint of that purple science section and paste it in my world. Through Discord. Alright, that's good. If I just blueprint the steel smeltery, I can just paste it in the editor world as well, so I for sure not will be building an already occupied space. So once this base travels back to the past, it won't conflict with itself and antimatter itself out of existence. So I can fairly easily just do that, because the top of the roboports is the same. So if I include that, I can just simply do this, I think. We'll just save it in the blueprint library somewhere, and then we'll just load back. Alright, so let's try if that works. We'll take the blueprint, the temporary one. I'll just take it out of the blueprint book again, because I don't need to save that. Align the roboports on the right. It looks like this raider is in the way. Alright, and that fits in like so. Alright, so now we know where we need to place the pipes. Let's stop the eternal blinking, bane of my existence. Alright, we have plenty of space to hook up the pipes then. Okay, that's 11 lines of oil. Yeah, I think we'll just do something like this. How do we align this? Maybe like so, that this beacon meets in the middle. At least that is something. Aligned to something. This is then aligned exactly on the uranium patch. You could also align it just exactly with the uranium patch in general. That basically means putting one of these on top, taking off the bottom one. Then it would need to move one tile down. I guess that would look nicer on the map. So let's do it. Alright. So now the corner is aligned to the uranium patch. I have to find random alignments which satisfy my OCD spur of the moment. It's always a different one though. I never have the same form of OCD twice, it appears. Well, let's switch on map tags. There was some information about oil which I need to read. Alright, so if this means if I have an oil source of 2000%, it will start off as way more than we need. And as we research the levels of mining productivity, the oil production will go down. At least the richness of the oil source will go down. But the extra mining productivity will catch up, and even at its infinite minimum production state, which is a fifth of the starting state, it will produce enough oil per second. So one 2000% source at minimum oil state at the end of the mining productivity research will still produce more than 1200 oil a second. So that means I need to find 11 spots which have at least 2000% and just put Mark III speed modules inside to account for the infinite minimum production state. Basically, this can eternally produce enough oil. Alright, so I think all of these spots are gonna be rich enough almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, not all of them are rich enough. 9. 10, that's 228. 211. That is 11. 229. 96. 229. Guess this is all the ones which are... It is all the ones which are above 2000%. 2000% basically means 200 oil a second from a single pump jack. You can already see we have got 500% productivity at the start. So this basically means we'll be producing 3000 oil a second from the single pump jack, which is way more than the pipe can transfer anyway. But even as this yield goes down to its minimum value of about, let's say 130 oil a second, we'll have like 1800% productivity bonus by the time, which means we are still way above 1200 oil per second, which we need. I guess the speed modules aren't even necessary with a richness of 600%. Let's do input the speed modules and all of the other ones as well. I think this is 13. We need only 11. So let's just cut the two bottom ones, because those are closest towards the steel build. And now we need to hook up all of these to the right. And the oil outputs are over here. Alright. Right, so we do have to take into account that the pipe length cannot exceed 17 units until it touches the first inlet here. So we already placed 3 pipes. We'll see if we can get all of those connected within 17. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, we're not gonna make that. 15, 16. So I guess we'll just insert a row of pumps here. The good old pumps which actually improve fluid throughput. That is nice. Alright, so we can basically copy this. No, we cannot. Unfortunately, we cannot. If we need a pump anyway, No, we need to go out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of those are going down. So I guess we technically could keep it a bit closer by. If we need a pump anyway. With 2.0 I can say I do not miss counting pipe length. Well, to be honest, you only really need to count pipe lengths when you're doing something on absurd scales like this. Any normal base does not really get into trouble with fluid throughput very quickly. Alright. We're kinda in the way for this one now. Yeah, I think that looks better like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rest needs to go either upwards or... Let's see if we can... Let's draw this out just a little bit. We may need to extend this. We can copy this for the upwards part as well. Yeah, it looks like we have too many already. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay, let's not sync too much, let's just connect it. Now this one connects nice and straight. Because these will all connect like so. So I guess this one will connect like so then. Right, again we do need to count pipe lengths here. This is 4, 12, 14, 15, 16, that's exactly right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that's gonna be too much as well. So distances are getting so large. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, so all the other ones are kinda gonna need a pump. This one is gonna come in earlier, I guess. Okay, I do want to keep the nice pattern here, so we are just gonna come around like so for all those pipes. This is the bottom one. 1, 2, 3. We need 3 more pumps. There's 1. Alright, that all seems connected. A nice new feature on 2.0 is you can also, once you hover over a pipe, you see the entire pipe length just in the mouse over, so you can easily see what is connected to each other, which is very nice. Unfortunately, we cannot see that at the moment. Can I flip this around as well? I can. Then can I just flip this around as well? I can. So that is symmetric. Now we only need to bring these pipes down unnecessarily. So be it. Well, that's a nice pattern for 11 pipes. That's 12. This is 11. Again, a nice arrow on the map as well, in the blue. If I'm not on top. Alright, so we're probably also gonna need something like this for the upper section. Yeah, that's not gonna work because it has to come from up. Okay, how much is this already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we have a little bit of leeway. Okay, well, if we use this one instead of this one, then we can connect this one to this one. Instead of this going all the way around. This can then connect to this one. Uh, 14, 15. We'll just fill in a sneaky pump like so. And the rest of the pumps can be located here. Yeah, counting pipes, you're right. That is a very non-missable part of... I forgot about rocket fuel. We still need to do rocket fuel here as well, so that is not going to be great. Right, now we just need to hook up these 5 to these 5 pumps and we should be good. That should be fairly easy. I guess we can rotate them like that and just connect them straight out of the pump. This is max pipe length, so this one will plop down here. And I will plop these the same then. Then it looks the same. Alright. And I'm missing this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that should be all pipe lengths less than... all of these pipe lengths should be less than 17 now. Oh, hello C-Rex. Hello Matcha. Ooh, we are nostalgic. Good old 1. Yeah, I can now. Now I can still bear playing 1.1. But dang, the quality of life upgrades in Factorio 2.0 are really very easy to get used to. That is for sure. The one thing I do not miss is the this not being able to flip belts in the if you just pipette in the cursor. Gotta find a little bit of light. Alright, that is 11 pump jacks hooked up as nice as an oil field can be hooked up, I suppose. So let's also try our best to power it up in some sort of nice way. It may just fit with a square. Alright, that is everything powered up, I think, with a nice square power grid. Let's put an energy accumulator here as well. And then we can see if all those pumps actually are gonna do something. Looks like no, this one is not connected. This is too long. No! Okay, now they're all connected, I think. Easy to check, just delete everything, Ctrl Z, all pipes are empty again. Okay, now this one is not connected. Okay, that is at least easy to solve. I don't think we need to Ctrl Z that one. You may have disconnected the center. Yeah. That's why everything is always... I try to test everything extensively. Now we need to count this one again because I extended it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, and this we counted already. We do need to extend power. Oh, now I need to actually grab copper wires to do this. Alright, that looks nice. All the petroleum gas is already full. Right, then all that's left to do, and we don't need to worry about pipe lengths anymore because we produce only 700 petroleum gas or so out of the 1200 oil we are pumping in here. So we can hook those up to the plastic side fairly easy. But before we do that, we first need to figure out how the belts are gonna go. So let us... Yeah, I think I've decided now. Let's delete that. No, let's not yet. First this needs to fit. I have 2 coal patches here, but I'm building over both of them, so if I cannot grab my belts of coal from here, I will need to do it from here. And maybe it just makes sense to take these 2 for steel and not put miners in my low density structure build. That kinda looks a bit... On the other side, why not? Let's do it. It looks a bit off. On the other hand, maybe it looks nice if we can do this. 1.4 million. Yeah, that is kind of right the edge where I want to have it. If we keep 1 tile of space between all of these, like so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we are able to fit in another belt like so. Okay, all of these are rich enough. Will it be rich enough if I... Where am I? If I move it down a little bit. Let's say 4 tiles down. Yeah, 1.9 million. These are millions. This is all millions. This is all millions. Okay, so there's 11 belts of coal. Just like over here. Alright. We do need 2 extra belts of coal though, or like at least 1, which we can use to as a backup. That doesn't need to be a very rich one. I can basically just do this. And even though there's not a lot of coal on here, this belt should never be moving. Okay, so let's grab the modular mining blueprint. This is only for 2 sides though, so it's going to be a bit annoying. I guess I just can do this instead. That's only the first one. Then the second one. It's not a very intuitive book, the one which I made here. Alright, that is okay, except the backup one is going to be this one. So I simply connect this into here, and I will do one of these. Alright. Now I can paste the rest. So normally I can do this over the entire patch, but because the plastic build is already here, I don't want to just paste over everything and possibly change some settings. Alright, outcome 11 belts of coal, and we have this one as a backup. We are not fully done yet though. We have to paste this on the top. Okay, none of the rest gets placed because it's on the plastic. We do not need the clock. And then we basically need to copy the safeguarding mechanism onto this belt. Except it doesn't fit. So we need to hook it up to this belt instead. Copy the settings from this belt to this belt. Delete this belt. Okay, a little bit finicky. But now it should be on this one. This basically detects if coal is moving on this belt, then give me an alarm. This belt should never move, it's only there for a backup. Alright, I guess the standard build does not really apply here. We'll just manually put the roboport in place. It can even connect to each other if I do it like so. So we'll do this instead, something like that. Alright, that's 12 belts of coal, but we are using only 11. We're gonna get out a lot of plastic. This is gonna go straight. But these are all just gonna turn. I think I make as tight as a turn as I can possibly get out of here. And we'll delete all of these sections going to the left that we don't really need. Yes, this is going to be quite massive. Something like so. Alright, it has to connect something like this. I missed the belt. Is the belt still missed, or was it this one in the middle here? Fifth belt from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, yeah, I see. That's why it didn't fit. Alright, so let's delete this because all of this then is invalid. Okay, so this should basically fit on top of each other every time. If that's not the case, something is wrong. And I just ignored it, even though I knew something was wrong because it didn't fit. Thanks for notifying me. That would have been annoying to fix once all was into place. I feel like some sort of Victorian Bob Ross when I'm painting all these belts and all his little friends everywhere. Alright, it's not going to look very nice if I throw the coal through this build. Especially not in the back here. So I'm just gonna go around with the coal. I can actually just touch the plastic with the coal like so. And it will still look nice, I think. So this should fit on top of this like so every single time. If it doesn't fit, something is wrong, and it fits, then it is right. That is the way to work here. Let's paint him a little friend right here. Okay, 11 belts go through. Get up and hydrate soon, trademark. I will, trademark. Okay, I'm going to abstain from the keep a Roboport of space theorem. And I'm gonna regret that later, I'm pretty sure, but for now I want to keep this like tight. Right, so that should be that. Now we just hook up all these belts of coal into a plastic. And then I can switch it on for the first time, preliminary. And then I can do the get up and stretch soon thing. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna look pretty nice. We can get rid of the fake plastics. Because now we'll be having real plastics. Yeah, I think it's gonna look nice with the coal being extracted here, turned into plastics, and then just go back onto the super bus. I think that's going to look pretty cool. That's the most difficult part of the low density structures done after the build itself and hooking up the copper. Then we just need to connect the steel and we'll be done. Theoretically. Okay, so we have 11 belts here. That's 2 more than a pipe length can be. Not really sure what to do about that. Thanks Hentai Son 69 for your Prime subscription. Thanks a bunch. I think I'm just gonna make like a staggered approach. At some point that will break. This is the last one. And then I can basically take it out of here and make a corner, and those will all line up nicely. And this is immediately the reason I never want to make a 100,000 signs per minute base, at least not in this version of Factorio. Doing this like 11 times is still bearable, but doing this like 111 times is absolutely not nice. Alright, and the last one. Now we just have to max pipe length this. And this one connects already. Alright, and like I said, it does not matter how long these pipes get. The bottom one is over here. How does that line up? Not really. Can I change this that it goes down a bit more? I probably can. Okay, so we can still do all of that. Yeah, that's the same one. Should I then? No, I think I just will do... keep the stagger. Alright. Guess we'll cross the copper patch. There's nothing we can do about these resource patches. Now the first pipe should line up exactly with this. And the other pipes will have to bend up somehow. Alright, not bad, I think. Okay, that already connects. No, this is not gonna work because we need to turn as well. So I guess we'll do this instead. And then this connects here. And this one here, and this one here, and so on. So let's copy those. So nice when you build like regular designs. I mean designs which repeat regularly. Then you can basically apply this copy-paste method to everything. Guess here we're going to be staggered again. And let me set up that I have all. Why didn't I do this before? That I always have pipes on me, just like I did with belts. Yeah, that's gonna line up nicely. I think I'll just drag all of those pipes. Alright. Nice to hear the sound of fluids moving in the pipes. Well, that turned out to be a pretty nicely piped oil organization, with the arrow inflow right through the center one of the oil, symmetric, feeding to the left, and here we got a nice L shape going out. I guess we could technically see if we produce enough plastics by just switching it on. Let's delete the energy accumulator. I want to empty out all the pipelines. I guess I need to... Let's first save before I do giant Ctrl-Z's. And then we'll switch it on, and then I'll do the get up and stretching soon trademark stuff. Let's delete this part. Let's delete this part. And let's delete this part. And this part. That's all the pipe works gone. 4 Ctrl-Z's. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now all the pipes are empty. I will switch on the coal, because I want to know if oil is enough. If oil is enough, then all the plastic belts will be compressed, and if oil doesn't have enough throughput somewhere, I will see that. But I will only see that if I first supply the coal. Alright, and these are not connected because some power line is missing. Since we need to wait for the coal anyway, we may as well just make some nice triangles. Alright, the plastic is there. All the plastic assemblers are getting coal. Alright, all the plastics will be consumed because the low density structure thing is always hungry. So we have a cold start with the oil, and all plastic will keep moving all the time. That's the best way to test it. So let's save once more, and we can test the plastics design. Alright, so all I have to do, theoretically, this is all powered, all I have to do is put a power source here. And that should start up the plastics in no time, really. Hey, good afternoon, Yatubaku. Specs is not a command, I think. I have like mods and stuff. I'm doing the getting up thing. Alright, so the white lines in between the white plastic, very visible. That is gaps in the transport belt. Those should go away at some point. Okay, that's a nice overview. Looks like at the bottom the last gaps in the transport belt already are disappearing. So looks like we can get to a full belt of plastics from a cold start with oils. That is nice. That means all the oil throughput, all the fluid throughputs are good. That is something which is quite difficult to measure. It is possible, but it's a lot of work to set up and every time. So just doing this visual confirmation also works. If it works from a cold start where all the petroleum gas is immediately being consumed, then it will work from a not so cold start. Speaking about cold starts, it's getting pretty cold here as well, so let's switch on the heater. Alright, I'm doing the stretching now, as well as the hydrating. Nice, that is plastics, full, complete for low density structures. And we got 84 belts of copper and 21 belts of plastics automated. All that remains to be done is connect the 9 belts of steel, and that will conclude the low density structure build, really. That is quite interesting actually. I thought we would be spending most of today's stream on this, if not all. Oh. Alright, thanks C-Rex, always taking care about my health. I really appreciate it. It's not, I don't mean this sarcastically or ironically or something. I really appreciate it, because I myself don't do it if nobody tells me to. That's just how it is. UPS is suffering a bit now. Yeah, that's because I'm in map editor mode and zooming out a bit. It's not UPS. UPS is quite okay. It's mostly FPS. The frame rate of drawing every single piece of plastic on the screen 60 times a second. So I guess if we just... yeah, we can still speed up the game by quite a bit. 400 UPS. If we don't look at a giant amount of resources all the time, we can speed it up like 5 times. Of course, this is not the entire base, that is the point of this map editor design. Alright, that is a success then. How is the roboports? We are not connected to the purple signs here, which is good. I do not want bots to fly through purple signs. I want the bots to fly up on this highway and only start branching out at the last possible moment. So we did not... roboports actually are not included in my design. So I can probably just copy steel right here. think this is also just a standard steel build. Maybe we can just make a blueprint with just the roboports and the radars. And I guess these two power lines. And then we'll see why I should have kept a bit more space. No, it exactly fits. My keep a roboport of space philosophy comes to the rescue. I guess we can also do that around the other two. And I may actually just want to update the entire blueprint then. Or at least make a copy of it. I'm not sure I just want to override that. With ports. And then we select new contents, and it's just going to be this thing. Alright. Okay, so that is those two roboports connected. I don't need this. Then this is definitively a no. I do even have the output which we need right here. Wait, there is one roboport too many in the blueprint, I see now. This fits kinda right on top here. Goes straight into the plastic, so that we don't want. This roboport should not be included in the blueprint. All the copper wires and the entire 10K SPM base just have to line up nicely. I cannot help it. Alright. This should be fairly simple. We just need to extend this 4.5 belts of output up to where it needs to be on this horizontal. Why is this like this? Oh, looks like this is not... I moved this out to the front here, but here I did not do that. Okay, I guess I will change that for the new ones here. And then we just extend these up. Let's get out of map view again. Alright, so how this works is basically we combine 4 lanes of steel smelting into 2 of these belts. Those 2 get combined. Priority input is on one of those. The one which does not have priority input gives priority output to the left, but of course will get blocked up because this is the priority input. This backs up and it will send any overflow to this half belt. And then that repeats 4 times. And that way we end up with 4.5 belts of output out of these 8 output belts. Then we simply have to hook up this one as well in sort of the same way. So we'll just put the same head on top of this one, except the 5 belts need to come out like so. Alright, and we have to go 1 belt higher. Because this belt has to meet up with this belt. Or that is to say, we need to move this belt down in the order. Right, and then it aligns like so. The steel here is on the bottom, so here it's on the bottom as well. That means we need to side load it onto the top. Then this can be connected. And then this can be connected. And then this can be connected. And then this can be deleted. And that should become 9 output belts of steel. I need more iron. You always need more iron. At some point though you have enough iron. I would imagine this will start to look like it's roughly enough iron for quite a while. Alright. I guess we give this one an electric energy accumulator. so it starts up as well. Here you can see the alarm that one miner has run out, which this alarm pole is going off. Okay, now it's red because the belt is no longer moving. This will now soon go away, and the belt is not moving because all of these miners produce a full belt of ore reliably. So that means this extra safety mechanism of side loading, or of making sure the belt stays filled up with the priority splitter, is not moving at all, so the alarm is gone now. But if one miner runs out over here, for instance, suddenly this belt will start moving and we will get the alarm again. That means we've got time to fix it before we have a belt running low on ore, because the backup miner will take over, but it will warn us that it is doing so. So that is the whole idea of the extra belt of production and the alarm system integrated in the entire system. And all of my mining patches have one of those set up, so I will always be in time to ensure my graph stays nice and flat. Hey, hello, Mr. Mehano. Thanks for the 10th month subscription. Hello. We are just about finishing up low density structures. It's become quite a big build. It is fairly simple, but it is gigantically big. Look at this copper. I gotta switch off those gaps now. That is a lot of copper. We are meeting it up with a lot of plastics, with oil over here, plastics, coal, and now finally steel. This will take a while to back up, because all of these steel furnaces, all of these iron furnaces will need to fill up. Which one is moving then? Why is this one moving? Alright. Because I placed it back in the wrong orientation, it should orient like this, so that we are side loading the belt. Now it should stop again. The side loading is very important. It allows this miner to output its full production freely, whereas if we turn it like this, it is switching on and off all the time, waiting for free space on the belt, and then it won't be able to fill up all the spaces on the belt because it's stuck every time. So that's why we're doing the side loading thing. Okay, good that we caught it. How many miners? Yeah, 6 miners. That requires mining productivity level 50. We've got level 51. We did research that with the 1000 signs per minute base. And after we completed our goal, we switched the 1000 signs per minute base over to making modules, because we need a ton of modules. Fortunately, I do not have to worry about legendary quality stuff just yet. Yeah, that's going to be a new divide in the Factorio community. Not only the people who like it and don't like it, I mean optimized bases which are actually built in a real survival map, and just bases built in the map editor with full use of all legendary beacons, legendary furnaces, legendary quality modules. That is not going to be feasible to produce in the quantities you need for such a large base. If you want everything in legendary quality. So yeah, this still has gaps. The steel takes a while to start up. All of these furnaces first need to fill up to 100 plates before the last furnaces will get enough iron ore as well. That is calculated in the system. Those iron furnaces, they overconsume until they no longer can overconsume once they reach 100, and then the iron will be flowing to the back of the belts as well. So this is taking a little bit of extra time to level up. But that in theory is low density structures done. And now we just need to connect all the roboport grids and connect it to the main stack of roboports over here. This part of the base no longer exists actually. I deleted this. And we replaced it for the new version of chunk aligned roboport grid things, which basically makes sure all these roboports are in one chunk. So all roboports are in this chunk, this chunk, this chunk, this chunk. And because if you have one roboport in a different chunk, something weird happens with bot charging prioritization. I'm not sure that's still an issue in Factorio 2.0, but it sure is in this version. I even made a blueprint of this. So I guess we are going to kinda connect this over here as well. As part of our low density structures grid, or the bots will get stuck. Something else which has been fixed in Factorio 2.0. Bots no longer getting stuck, that is gonna be nice. Okay, that is connected. The bots will build out themselves. We connect it to this tower, I guess. We're also probably going to want to branch out in the other direction as well, so we can build all of this without the bots trying to zigzag too much along the way. That is really going to help with throughput a lot. Okay, that does align quite nicely. I want to keep it separated from the purple signs thing over here. I guess we can do this. We're gonna need a little bit of roboports along the oil field, really. I guess the power network actually extends out. So I can just place roboports on the edges here. There is a ton of roboports built in there. So I may just build a ton in here as well. It's kind of an extension of the roboport highway concept. Just providing enough charge points along the way. Here we are just going to have to build this steel outpost, so that's okay if that happens a bit slower. So even though I don't have a lot of roboports in here, that's probably going to be enough. Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands. That is where the accent is from. Need 44 more levels. Fortunately, they are not too expensive. It's only 122,000 science packs at the level 52. Or in other words, an order of magnitude more science than you need to launch a rocket in vanilla per level. Alright, so now we see the steel belts are compressed. So that is the result we wanted to achieve. Alright, we're not using everything. Not using absolutely everything because we need 8.4 belts of steel instead of 9, but what can you do? Let's just keep it a little bit simple. Hey, hello Quiet. Did not watch the new stuff, want to experience myself. Yeah, very recommendable if you have the time. I'm already, I think, 70 hours deep in the playthrough, and I only finished 2 out of the 3 starter planets, I guess. So Norvis, then Volgora, then Vulcanus, and right now we are ready to go start on Gleba. After that there is still the mystery last planet, and then another mystery ending, which I don't know anything about yet. So looks like we're in for a long playthrough. But yeah, you can only experience the first playthrough once, so that is definitely a thing to consider. I think I'm just going to keep this connected like so, without really connecting this at the moment. It has power. The Roboport network does have to connect to the top. At least somewhere. Perhaps better here. On the other hand, we have copper mines to build here. It is okay if this just goes around like so. That can be slow. We don't care. Yeah, I think that is just the way to connect it. So now all of this is connected with power and with roboports. It is connected to here with power and roboports. It is connected through this Y-shaped tree with power and roboports to the left side over here. It is not connected to steel. We can connect the power to steel, but I do not want to connect the... I do not want to connect the Roboport network. Okay, so now it's connected to power on the purple signs thing. Probably would be frugal to also connect power on the left side here, downwards. Is that a thing? I just keep building in map view. I cannot resist it. Let's not do it. I cannot really build that from the map view anyway. Okay, that seems decent enough then. Is this then fully done? No, this is not entirely covered yet by the bot network. It is gonna get a bit tricky. The logistics network should not overlap. But I do need everything to be constructed. I guess I also want the radar in here. I should switch on the minimap again. Did you stretch and hydrate? Yes, I did. Well, we switched on the entire plastic build from a cold start with oil. I did the thing. I even said you weren't here. I even said thank you for taking care about my health, because if I need to do it myself, it's just not gonna happen. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. Alright, I think it's time to delete all the shiny radars from Editor's Extensions mod. All 3 of them. Because then I can see on the minimap view the current overlay of the radars. Which means I will need to place a couple. I'm gonna place one central over here. I guess on the edges I can place one as well. Alright, so all the miners, they should have radar coverage built in. I do need to do this from the map view, actually. I need to get out of here. So everything is covered except for this little gap here. And that could be covered if I just sneak a radar down here. Yeah, there it is. Now it's covered. Alright. That covers everything that needs to be built, except here in the center. That is theoretically a problem. Not sure I can just reach all of that from here. Which means we need to get in here somehow. Okay, now it is covered and the logistics networks are not touching. So I guess we'll leave it like that. And that one is even powered. Right, then we need some more roboports in the plastic build. Do I have some here at Red Chips? Not really, so let's just do it manually. Oh, it does cover everything, so perhaps I don't need ones on the output as well. Alright, another power connection. That never hurts. I guess then the only thing left to do is cover this part of the base in a bot network. It looks like I just will need to connect I will need to connect a power line up here. So let's just grab the some Roboport extender blueprint like this one. Which kind of fits in. Kind of does not want to play nice with the belts coming out of here. So we'll just fakey click it together. And now do it again. It's already 1 hour late. I really should once every hour, maybe a bit too much for the get up and stretch. Maybe I need to reduce that a little. Alright. Fantastic. I guess I'll also just connect the network here then. Okay, how does this one connect, but this one cannot? Because the power line is 1 tile lower. Alright, now it connects. That should prevent bots from getting stuck, because that's still an issue in this version. This they can hold place. These distances are probably not large enough for bots to get stuck. If I remember correctly, it's about 5 Roboport distances which bot can traverse without getting stuck, so that's right about on the edge of what is possible. Here as well the bots will want to go back. Yeah, here they will get stuck though. We need if we do this, they will probably zigzag a couple times on these Roboports, but eventually they should be able to find a I guess they already would. Actually, yeah. That's nonsense. They will just fly like this. And then theoretically go here. I'm not entirely sure. Let's place one of these. Let's place one of those. Then the bots surely will make it back. Alright, that looks done. Does that look done? What is the zoom of the street? Black borders. Yeah, I guess that's your end. And sometimes I mess up the resolution. The native resolution of my laptop is like a 16:10 ratio instead of the 16:9. But I always scale down to 1080p, which has the standard 16:9 ratio. I think I did it now as well. Yeah, I have black borders on my screen. Next time I'll stream in 16:10 and you'll think again it's on your end. Okay then, I think I'm ready to make a blueprint. And we can place this thing in the real world and see how it functions. We did not hook up the outputs yet. That's okay, we can also delete this center marker now since we are done. Yeah, I'll hook up the actual outputs once I know where they need to go, because as for now I have no idea yet. So I guess that means ready to make LDS blueprint. That's going to be one save. Alright, so now we just start deleting stuff. It's gonna take a little bit of time. But all of this does not need to be in my blueprint. And I can only select a rectangle, so I need to get rid of this entire structure. I guess I can also get rid of this, just in case I changed a little bit on that. I do not need this for the alignment, it was just there. I guess I could have blueprinted that as well. It did not really matter. Yeah, this connects to the power pole of the miners here. Alright, so let's do a full update of the map, and then I can just blueprint this entire trident, the trident of low density structures. We'll make a separate save where we deleted everything. LDS blueprint. It's hard to imagine that all of these things are a chunk. The player vision is like literally... You can see this area when you walk around on the map. That is the scale of what you can see. And some of that is even off screen when you walk around. But yeah, that is... It's just this is such a large build. Alright, let's make the blueprint. Any predictions for how many belts will be in this blueprint again? There's gonna be a lot of them. It's only low density structures this time. 112k. I think purple signs was around 99,000-ish, if I remember correct. 300k. It's not gonna be that many. 87k, 113k. That's a tactical answer, isn't it? 150. No, I'm gonna say it's less than 100k. Let's say if the entirety of purple signs is 100k, this should be something like 56,000 belts. Should I make a prediction? Yeah, go ahead. I'll just wait. I think it's even less than 56. I'm gonna go... Ah, like a prediction. No. Ah, no, you don't need to... I thought you meant yourself. No, you don't need to... Because I don't know the answer. I have no idea what the answer is. I'm gonna say 42k, because 42 is a good number. Here we go. Zip! No! I should have picked the other funny number. 69k. Why did nobody guess 69k? This was your chance to shine, chat. You could have guessed 69k and you would have been right for once. Dang, this blueprint is the best. The best low density blueprint I ever made. 69,000 bells. Almost 6.9k stack and sales. I'm sure I could fit a couple more in. Alright, here we go. I won't save these blueprints, but let's do it anyway. LDS 10 with 69k bells. Nice! Let's spell right for once. That goes in the library. $18 more assemblers, really? Yeah. And I guess the blue inserters match the assemblers. I can probably cut off some substations from the bottom here to make it 690 substations. That is important. $705. 690 substations. I think that's the best I can do. Alright. This is the most epic blueprint I ever made. One rail? Yeah, there is one rail piece, I think it's somewhere here on top. Just so the blueprint aligns to a 2x2 grid. The rail network aligns to a 2x2 grid. So if you put one rail piece in the blueprint, it is a lot easier to place a blueprint of this scale. Upping the ante, all blueprints need to have item counts which are multiples of 69. This playthrough already will never finish, but I think that will make it completely impossible. Alright, time to go into the actual base. If I can still find it. It's even on save 369. How can it be? It is just the best. Alright. So this is the actual base. There's a lot of power poles in my base. It's basically just a full blue grid of power lines. I am all the way up here. I think we have to do some Roboport network disconnecting. I think I already recalled all the bots. So the left arm is disconnected. The top arm is disconnected as for now, but I will need to manually disconnect it on this side. That's going to be fairly annoying, it looks like, because this is already connected. Looks like I can probably disconnect it by deleting one roboport on each side here. Thanks for the hydrate. Can't believe it helps so much, this just putting those reminders up on the screen. Okay, so now we need to disconnect the existing roboport network which we used to build the entire purple sign setup, which is over here in the decent purple signs area. Let's see if I delete this. Okay, it still connects. Okay, now it no longer connects. There's a long blueprint. We can disconnect those as well. Okay, now it's disconnected, the top part. I do kinda need to make up for the lost roboports though. Or the bot network will basically, it's only as strong as the weakest link. If there's like one bottleneck where you don't have enough roboports to continuously charge all the bots, that's where all the bots will be stuck, waiting for their turn to charge. So the roboport density should be the same across the entire highway. The highway being the part where all the bots have to travel along, which is this north-south line. Once they get close to the base and close to the blueprint, they can spread out a bit more over different roboports. Right, so the network is still connected because we are still connected further down here. What's the plan for transporting the science packs to the lab area? That is a good question. I'm not entirely sure yet. I think it's going to be a science train. Okay, if I light up this roboport network, this all still lights up as well, which is a sign it is still connected. I see some more connections down here. Yeah, the rail network without train signals, that is going to be the goal. Alright, that is now disconnected. Okay, now the left side does no longer light up when I hover over there. That means the roboport network is fully disconnected now. So I don't really need to disconnect this arm separately, since it's separately disconnected over here. Okay, that means I can let the base bots reconnect the upper arm here. Like so. It says there's missing, but it's not missing. Here they come. Charging up. actually getting better quality bots is one of the things which are pretty good in Factorio 2.0. So for most things, quality just increases stuff by 30% per level of quality. But for bots, it's like 100% per level of quality. So there it really makes it worthwhile to get better versions. Okay, now it connects. Right, let's check. If it still doesn't light up on the left, it still does not light up. Okay, I'm going to walk down to the base, just so I can walk up with the bots together for an epic view. Because I think we are ready then to place the blueprint. This is probably the point where I'm going to have to connect my solar field. I think nuclear is no longer going to cut it. At least not during the transport of the... Not during the transport and the building. The robots are just going to require too much power probably. I'm going to try without. We'll see what happens. Can you bring Spidertron on rocket? I don't know. The nuclear plant isn't finished. No, it's not. It is finished in the sense that it should be providing enough power to power the entire base until I switch on the 10,000 signs per minute base. I mean, technically I could just... I don't need to have all these beacons powered up all the time. I could just disconnect power from all the completed parts, since the power draw is mostly beacons at this point. 8 gigawatts of beacons, almost all for the idle 10,000 signs per minute base, so I could just disconnect power, but I think I'm just not going to. I just want to see how much the idle draw goes up during the building. Alright. We need to do a little bit of work on this blueprint. Let's make a copy. Increase the size of my blueprint book by another couple megabytes. So, first of all, we do need a version which has only got the power network. I probably should do that part by hand, really. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this properly for once. So, only the roboports, power, radars. These things don't exist. This I'm not gonna carry. These things don't exist. Rail piece for aligning. I misclicked this power. So now I know if I carry myself, if I take this stuff myself, I can just place this entirely myself, because that's going to take a very long time if I do that with bots. Looks like my spider is out of power. The distances I need to cross are just too great at this point. I need some quality solar panels for in my Spidertron. Or I need a quality Spidertron which can fit a portable fusion reactor without sacrificing lag speed. I think in Factorio 2.0 there's also a feature where you can basically request the contents of a blueprint to a requester chest, which is nice. For now I'm going to need to throw away everything I have into a chest. And I will take 70 radars, 128 long power poles. I'll just grab those myself. So 3 stacks of these, 2 stacks of radars. If I can remember where I put those. then the big numbers. 690 substations. That's a lot of substations, but I got a lot of substations. That is 700. And eventually it's gotta be 885 roboports. I'm gonna need to use the inventory space of my spider. Okay, that's 800 roboports. I need 885. So I got 900 on me, like so. Alright, and then it's power lines, the medium power lines. Since I'm not walking, let's just charge up now. Medium power lines was like 1.7k. Technically I don't need to take all of them, but some roboports will be connected through those medium power lines. There's 1.7k. I'll take 1.8k. Okay, then I'll just change out some of these for some of these. We'll be deconstructing some rocks and trees, so let's do something like so. And that should be good enough. Now we need to make the entire track back. Quality is not available in 1.1, that is correct. It is a good thing too, because this playthrough would never finish if quality was an option. Alright, now we can go back to high speed. Or at least medium speed. Let's go high speed until the battery runs out again. Quality is a whole new level of time sink, yeah. If you thought it was a lot of trouble to just like, I do this as well. A lot of people make the Power Armor Mark II, right? In Factorio 2.0 you make the Power Armor Mark II. And you just do it before you're really ready, so you have to hand make the equipment which goes in there. Or at least gather the resources for that by hand. And you have to basically hand collect everything and just spend the time making the 25 Mark II modules speed, 25 Mark II modules efficiency. It takes a lot of time, you know. It can easily cost you half an hour. If you're gonna roll for quality, that's going to be peanuts. You will easily lose like a full day. Like a lot of people in chat have been reporting they spent like 6 hours rolling a good quality armor with some good quality equipment, and it's not even the final quality, it's just like the 3rd level of quality, because the 4th and 5th level are only unlocked much later. Thanks Fluffy the Battle Sheep for the Prime subscription, thanks a lot. Man, everybody has such a good username and I'm just my real name. I didn't really think this stuff through, did I, when I started the channel and all this kind of stuff. You know how it goes. You just do something and then without the intention of it growing into something big, and then it grows into something big and you're stuck with your new beginner name stuff and such, and now it's too late to change it. I've had this name for a very long time. It's a good name. It's a good name. Just my name, gang. Represent. My username was randomized thing I got when I had to sign up to some Microsoft Gaming Pass. Obsolete alien. It doesn't sound like a random one, it sounds like a pretty good one. I did disconnect the robot network again. So technically I can now build everything from my armor. I probably want to decrease the size the bots fly out because we're going to have a lot of covering to do. Funny as it may seem. Let's do this as well. Because we are not going to be walking, we have a spider. Yeah, obsolete alien, it's a good username too. I didn't think it was randomized, I thought it was a good choice. I happened to make my account the day I had a really good sandwich. I'll tell you the story of my username. I'll first place the blueprint and then I cannot do two things at the same time, so I'll first place this thing. It should align to the top robot right here. And there is the flaw in my blueprint. It goes straight through this purple science part. That is not good. Oh, that is not good. I don't have a way out of that either, except for going back to the test world, I presume. Actually, I can do this. The entire thing is... Yeah, I have a way to do this. This is also with 0 bots in the network, so let me save here, because this may go wrong. Okay, it's pretty close to the oil bill there. Okay, my robot is off. Alright, so first up, we make a deconstruction planner which deconstructs only ghosts. You can find it in the unsorted entity ghost. And then we just deconstruct the part which would be connected. This is no longer connected, so I can deconstruct this part here. And that means we can deconstruct this entire thing here. We also want to deconstruct these, which we just painstakingly deleted. Alright, and we can start building out from here. That means we kind of do need to connect this to the right. I guess we should just manually do like so. This is not going to be ideal, but I guess it'll have to do. Why is this in a forest? Okay, now the power line connects here as well. This is gonna cause a bit of zigzagging, but in the end it should be alright. I don't want to redo the entire angle thing. I think that's not gonna be necessary. Alright. So I think we'll just start here, make our way around, and then come back on this arm. And then we can enable the base bots to build the entire blueprint. Yeah, I think that should work out. I do need to deconstruct these trees here as well. It's nice that everything is blinking at me, so I know what I need to mark. That looks like, yeah, no longer stuff is blinking at me the wrong way. Let's hope I did not place too many entities at once for my bots to not fly out. This is roughly 3,500 things, so there are some bot commands in the queue. Alright, now we just follow wherever there is stuff. Alright, and because I disconnected this from the base bots won't be assigned anything of this build, which means I can reliably connect all the power. Instead of the base bots coming in with one random crucial power pole for 20 minutes of time. Alright. Where is power connected to the top? I think that was up here. So this arm is entirely built. We can now go to the right here. And here we got a ton of those medium power lines. There's going to be a lot of forest which need to be deconstructed. This is the central low density structure build. It's looking like it's working pretty well with the Spidertron. Let's hope the personal battery holds out. That's why I took only the power network. But even at that is a lot to ask for at this scale. Okay, I'm even out of those things already. I don't have a copper wire. Can I flip this? No. Okay, we'll have to do that later on. Alright. Let's continue. This is the coal miner. Looks like I'm just about keeping up spending stuff at the same rate that I am gathering stuff. This goes into the spider's trash slot, so that is a couple extra slots. So I can put it in my own trash slots. Alright, so my username, where does Mike Handy come from? I guess Michael Hendrik is my real name. I cannot change that anymore. It's out there. Mike Handy is a dumb story. I guess every nickname is a dumb story. So when I was in school, you know, I got a pretty long name, Michael Hendricks. That's a lot of letters to write, isn't it? Especially when you're like a school kid and you need to write it day in, day out on every single test and whatnot. So one day I decided to shorten that a bit, and I wrote Mike Handy instead of Michael Hendricks on the name, on the field for the name. And then and then some of my classmates got a vision of that, and they started calling me that. And after that I just adopted it and made my email address accordingly as well. And yeah, I've been Mike Handy ever since, for the last decades. All because of a lazy day on school. Shortening my name on a test paper. Alright, it takes a while, but it's definitely faster than having the base bots come in one row port at a time. Then a new one gets into range, then the next bot gets called up. This is going to be the most distant part of the base, I feel. I could even do it remotely with the Spidertron like this. And I can just take my hands off the keyboard and drink my coffee. And some people say nothing you do in school will be useful in life, yeah. Right. That's the end of my spider commands already. I guess we'll go connect this part. Then we'll head out in this direction, wherever that may go. Hands-free, Jesus, take the keyboard. Yeah, you get a good sense of scale, that's true. When the spider is walking at a completely zoomed out rate. These builds are just immense. It's just... should probably leave this on so we can see the construction field of the spider. Right, here we get the last of the small power line thing. I should have enough. Is the spider empty already? No, now it is. I've got almost a complete trash inventory slot of wood. Alright. Mouse is acting weird again. What else is new? Kinda satisfying to watch everything plop into existence. Okay, stop. Bots are dead. I thought the bots would be able to keep up. Okay, looks like I'm just controlling the spider then. Okay, that's the last iron patch. This is iron, so then we just need to go back along this axis, and that is everything placed. I guess we're missing one power line or something here. Yeah, alright. Wait, let's give the bots a little bit easier time. We need to charge up anyway. Slow down the spider just a bit. Okay, and then we'll just head back down. That's a lot of roboports. Alright, that is the entire field placed, though it is still empty in there. It won't be for long, because now it is time to place the actual blueprint. For that though, wait a minute, I think I can actually divide the bots more better over the blueprint if I don't switch on the bot network just yet. So what usually happens is when you place a very large blueprint, let me get into the logistics network here, but not quite from the beginning, but maybe over here. So what usually happens when you place a very large blueprint is that the entire north side gets built first until you run out of bots to assign to entities, and then the rest just gets built in some sort of randomly scattered way almost. I can prevent all the bots from flying out in this same direction here if I place the blueprint already. Maybe not, because at some point when I need to connect it and then all the bots will get assigned some random part of the blueprint anyway, but at least it probably won't be the north side. This is a kind of a weird avoiding thing. I'm not sure how well that is gonna work, but we'll find out, I guess. Alright. Time to place LDS blueprint. Don't remove legs from spiders. These were bionic legs. I guess it still stands though. Alright, here we go then. We can delete this one. And I guess we should be deleting and make a... I have a world where this is running, so I'll delete all the illegal parts. These and these. Yeah, that's it. And then we can place it, a blueprint with 69,000 bells, 20,000 modules, so up to 90k, 100k, 110k, let's say 115 to 120,000 entities to be placed just for the low density field. I somehow gotta get this aligned again. I think I need my low DPI setting for this one. Okay, that seems to fit. There's also going to be a ton of trees to remove. Alright. Then again, we can use our delete ghosts blueprint to delete those unwanted blueprint, the unwanted roboports and everything which happened to sneak in here. And now we can see the game is already trying to assign tasks to bots. Normally the first 18,000 tasks, because I have 18,000 bots, they just get assigned from the north down to the south, but looks like if we switch on the bot network whenever the robot assigner is in this area, we can get a pretty well spread out wave of bots going all over the place, I feel. So I have to enable my bots in the right moment. So that means we'll be going back up to this point so I can manually place those robots at just the right time. Then we'll wait for the bots to come and we can just have a nice shot walking up with the bots. It should not take all too long to place since we prepare the entire power grid. Mild Blue already warned me for this. Yeah, I forgot about that I changed the network. Okay, where's the counter at? And where am I at? I'm just about approaching, so I think I just immediately connect it as soon as I see assignments flicker to the right. Now we're just still in the LDS network completely, it appears. Looks like there's two different ones, one for the missing items and one for the missing robots. So that all the bottom ones are trees, which cannot be assigned a construction bot, whereas the top one is all my entities which I just blueprinted, which cannot be assigned. So I guess I have to wait for the bottom one to... I have to wait for the bottom one to get to the trident part. $601, all of them belts. Okay, we're just basically going through this entire belt array right now. So if I now enable the bots, all of them will simultaneously try to fly out here, which may be a bit bad for bot throughput, so we're waiting a little bit. How many entities are in here? There's also 18,000 actually. For yeah, more, that's over 20,000, so I have to wait. I really have to wait until we are at this part somewhere. Looks like the it's gonna take a while. In the meantime, then let me grab a deconstruction planner with just trees and rocks, so we can beautify up the area a bit. And by beautify, I mean brutally delete trees out of existence in the important parts. Looks like we could use another radar. Somewhere up here. Okay, we're still in the belt array. Of course, this entire area should be pretty much clear. Our giant belt array. I guess anything in this has to go anything around the output belts will have to go. Anything here has to go. Yeah, it just has to go. Maybe. All of this has to go. 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 Can this stay? Maybe these can stay in the middle here. Okay, we're still up here. It's going only at a speed of like... I don't know what speed it goes at. Maybe 60 items a second. I don't know. I think it's 60 items a second the thing is going through. This would be good for pollution absorption, but... Okay, we do have pollution. I did disable pollution in the editor save. I was scared for a moment, since I didn't see anything that I ran the command in my actual save, but that appears not to be the case. So we are good on that. Okay, we need to hurry up a little bit now. We were over here. I do want this to be visible. That probably looks weird, but I can always take the rest out as well. We cannot plant back trees, at least not yet. Okay, here there is not as many trees, so I guess I'll take those out. Take these out. Take these out. Okay, we're still going through the big build itself. I took this out already. Yeah, I took this out. Let's just delete this. Who cares about pollution? Just exterminate more biters. Then which trees do I have left? It's just these ones here. I made this blueprint already, it's in my chest. Item on ground, because stone poops are still a thing here. And basically all the dead trees can go, they don't look nice. I guess this one is double. All the rocks can go as well. Alright, so this we can basically apply over our entire entire grid. That will only delete the stuff which is laying on the ground. That's important because that can end up on the belts. There's not a lot of dead trees around here. Okay, that's probably it. Okay, can I speed up time a bit? I can. Not as much as I would like, but still a little bit. Just to see once the bot thing goes to the bottom. Still a while. Right, once the bots cross this line, we can do it. Then this will get placed first, and then they will spread out over the entire field. Really, I should wait until it's really down here. That will really help a lot, I feel. Because by the time all the bots have been assigned to this area of the base, the bots won't be available anymore, and the rest will just get sprinkled in, which is way better for throughput. So it may be, I think it will actually be finished building sooner if I just wait a little bit more. I guess I may as well do the get up and stretch thing then. Yeah, it looks like the trees and rocks deconstruction thing is way ahead. Why not streaming on YouTube? Because this playthrough it started on Twitch only, so I'll finish it on Twitch only. On YouTube, on the main account, I'm just streaming the the Space Age New Player experience. Alright, we are there, Okay, now it's going fast. I think it's time to switch on the bots before it again spreads to... Alright, here they come. The army. Look at them. Bunches of red and silver, they all have different items. The groups. A lot of them are going out for trees and rocks. Yeah, the bots are getting assigned quite fast actually. I'm sure pretty soon we'll run out. Okay, now it's starting again. That is the intention. Now it is spread out all over the place. I guess the first bots are gonna be coming. The bots are gonna be faster than me, even at full speed. That is a majestic wave of bots coming in. Holy moly. This probably does not come across very well in with the compression rate going on and stuff, but it is really epic. So yeah, all of them, they can make the first flight from the base up until about here. So here you can see there's a big traffic jam, that's why there are so many roboports. And the throughput of this is basically decided by how many roboports there are. So there are less roboports here than that there are here, which is why they are still queuing up like crazy over here. But here we should be measuring the actual throughput, roughly. So this amount of bots which is flying is the actual throughput of the roboport network at the moment. Alright, we are kind of stretching out. Let's take a march up there and just walk along with the bots for a bit. kinda wish I researched a couple levels less of bot speed, so my spider could match the flight of the bots. Right, we're getting spread out wider and wider here, but you can still see they're zigzagging back to the highway. That is the intention. So you can see here it's quite narrow, it spreads out more and more and more until they take one of these 3 legs, I guess. Looks like it does not matter too much that this is connected like so. Okay, now we are widening out for sure. Does a spider walk faster on concrete paths? I actually don't know that, because I hardly ever build concrete. I mean, if this was YouTube, I would now just find a nice position and then just do a nice time lapse of the next hour or so. But that is a lot of stuff to place. Let's just walk around a bit just to see what's going on. I guess we're still placing a bunch over here. We switched on right about over here. You can see above this line nothing is placed. We switched on the bots here. Now we basically have to wait for the bot, this line of bot things to come back to up there. It is still not proceeded to fly through all of these things, so now all of the bots are going to be spread out naturally. There's basically 2 different counters, one which goes through all your entities and one which goes over the deconstructed trees, it seems, because I wonder why I get the... Okay, so this area is present in both bot networks, so I get this stuff that there is something missing here sometime, but that there won't be. Okay, actually I gotta think about, do I want everything to just switch on? Probably not. So let's make some cuts in the belts, so we can place those ourselves to switch everything on. I'm going to need like a couple stacks of belts though to switch this all on at the same time. You can't have a mega base without a base. Yeah, this is the low density structure blueprint, so this is for yellow signs but also for the rocket parts and satellites already. This is going to be a majestic corner to switch on. This is 30 belts only. Okay, I guess we have no choice. We need to do it here. I need the full 42 wide belt array. Right, we do need all the steel furnaces to fill up. So I guess we'll just cut off steel like somewhere over here. Sorry bots, this has to go again. And plastics, it looks like we can only... I think we can just cut off coal really to switch on plastics. That will be nice. That also actually fits on screen. How the coal will flow in, how the plastics will start coming out. That will all fit in one screen, so that is nice. So let's do that. That's everything interrupted, right? Except for oil. I think I'm fine with oil just switching on. That is not a very visual experience anyway. Man, look at the deforestation going on. Right, some bots have been assigned to this location already. The counter looped around, but those bots are still on the way. Okay, so this is how it's going on the way back. It looks okay. Actually, bots are not getting stuck on these roboports far out now. They are zigzagging a bit, that's alright. Here is a whole bunch of recharge points, that is also nice. We're doing a lot of zigzagging here. And then here to get back to the main highway, but it's actually not that bad. Basically from this point on they start already, I think they just zigzag like once. And then they just go back to this grid over here. So that looks nice. Looks like the first bots are now starting to arrive on the right side as well. This is basically gonna remain a tree of sparkling yellow for the next hour or so. Try to fit it in between my hotbars. How is power? We're getting there. It's 13.5 gigawatts, so the roboports are now doing probably a lot more than they were. From idle 340 megawatts to all of them at the same time. Looks like about 2 gigawatts of bot charging is going on with the 18,000 bots I have in there. So kind of depends on how many beacons we just added. I can see that. We added 4.4 thousand beacons at about half a megawatt a beacon, which means another 2.2 gigawatts is going to be added. So I think we're still good with our lowly nuclear plant. 2.2 gigawatts will bring us up to 15.5 with all bots active. And then back to 13.5 when the bots die down. So this is probably the last big build we can do before we need either expand the nuclear plant or just connect the connect the entire 100 gigawatt solar field through a single wooden power pole, because that's a safe thing to do. Yes, I gotta say this every stream. Well, let's watch the majestic power of tower for a bit. The entire 1000 signs per minute base fits behind these 4 hotbar slots, by the way. It is right there. This is the 1000 signs per minute base. That is the scale at which we're talking. This tiny blip over here is my entire starter base. Crazy, huh? Yeah, 16 square millimeters should do the job. We can actually check some build stats in the meantime. I'm not gonna watch the entire thing being built like this, don't worry, but we can see buildings. We can see how much we are placing over the last, let's say, 10 minutes. Looks like we started 8 minutes ago. We first placed a whole bunch of bells. But basically, if we tally up these amounts, we can see how many items the bots are placing per minute. 650, 750, 800, 900. I'd say roughly 1,000 constructs and deconstructs together per minute. And we had 120,000 things in there. So that means the bots will be building for 2 hours or so. Yeah, so we're definitely not gonna watch all of that. But I guess this is basically what a Factorio Christmas tree looks like. With shiny yellow lights formed by the construction bots. Our 16 gauge is 1.3 square millimeter, alright. All these 600% ore patches look so tiny, yeah, it's crazy, huh? I kinda made the mistake, or not really a mistake, but I kinda made the decision to scale up the landscape by 400%. So all these bodies of water are 16 times as large, 4 times as high, 4 times as wide, as in default settings. But if you zoom out on the map, it doesn't really look like it's such a large map, but it's really incredibly large. Are logistics bots even useful at megabase level? Yes, they are very useful, especially to resupply you. And to supply all the assemblers which need to make stuff. This is a lot easier to set up than a bot-fed mall, which is basically what we're doing on the main bus here. We have all the spaghetti belting going on to make sure we are producing stuff everywhere. Meanwhile, those inserters have been deconstructed, apparently. But yeah, it's a lot easier to do that with bots, so we are making all of these belts. All of the 300,000 belts we have are being delivered the ingredients for by bots, so that is very useful. Also, if you need to build large swaths of landfill, it can be useful to have bots. Actually, that's not true. When I'm building a base like this, the better way, or like the I don't agree, but some people say the better way to do it is to have logistics bots supply most of the stuff you need at a forward base, because logistic bots can carry 4 items per trip, whereas construction bots can only carry 1 item per trip. So that means the logistics bots will bring everything over 4 times as fast as the construction bots do it. I don't agree, because that's a separate step which you need to set up. Bringing supplies here, you will over-deliver. Requests will be... The logistic bots will keep bringing in stuff if you don't correctly reset the request. And the construction bots will mostly take from here, but they will still fly back with trees, unless you set up requester chests for the etc, etc. It is pretty complicated to set it up right. It can be done, but you will be spending more time than the bots will take time. And anyway, you don't need to be like me. You don't need to watch this all the time. I just cannot stop watching this. But you don't need to watch this. You can just go on with your business and start designing other parts of the base while the construction bots do it. They will get the task finished before you're ready to do the next thing. Don't worry about it. And also at the end of this, I do not need to delete all those forward chests again. So yeah, for landfill that does not apply, because construction bots will carry 4 landfill at a time and place a 2x2 square of landfill with every trip. So for landfill that does not apply. But for things like building a solar grid, if you supply it not by train but by logistics bots, that would kind of make sense. To have forward bases where logistic bots bring in the solar panels and then the construction bots place it out over the field. But yeah, I do the way I manage my bots is kinda non-standard or unorthodox. So yeah, do it as you please, I would say. With enough bots, anything is possible. Yeah, but at some point you're going to run into the throughput limit of your Roboport network. Like, I'm now building 1000 items a second, no matter how many bots I have. In fact, if I would have more bots, that would lower the builds per minute I can do, because more bots will be waiting to charge up at these Roboports. And basically, if bots are waiting, they're still spending a little bit of power, which means they need to charge longer, which means the time the bots are effective is slightly reduced. So I could easily get up to 2000 builds a minute if I would just double the Roboport grid. But at some point you have to draw the line. I think this is fast enough. This still allows you this still allows it to look not like a massive entity, while getting enough throughput to get some of the builds done. So more bots is not always better. You will run into the charging speed limit of your Roboports, which you basically saw happening here at the beginning. Probably now it's not as apparent anymore, but yeah, if this is happening all over the place, that is not very efficient. Here we can see again some part of this. Most of the bots are charging at these 4 because these 4 are in this chunk, while all of the other ones are in a different chunk. So having a chunk aligning this properly is important. I could perhaps just sneakily deconstruct these 4 and these 4. At some point that will get done. Ah, let's not. It's alright. Maybe we'll add a couple instead. Alright, so as you can see, we switched on the bot network at this point when the assigner was at this level. You can see all of this is now built. You can see it on the map view as well. This is entirely filled in, the first 18,000 entities. It looks like no, and this belt is also completely built, so I did manage to spread out the bots a little bit. I really should have waited just a little bit longer, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I was at the right timing. Alright, so all these 18,000 bots were assigned. Then we can see a big break. No bots were available for a long time because all of them were on the way. And by the time these bots finished their task of the first construction, only then stuff around here started getting applied. And now we're just building everything in a random checkerboard pattern, which is what I want. That means all the bots are spreading out a little bit at least. Even they are still going to be designed massively to the area with most of the stuff. It doesn't really appear to be working that well, because I guess there's just too many entities here. The boss can make a full trip back to the base to pick up something and place it before this bot assigner has the chance to flip through the entire list of unassigned bots once. So it looks like, yeah, at moments they're still all going this way. Especially this belt array is gonna take a while. The Megabase minimap looks like a chip design. It kinda does, doesn't it? Except for these diagonal parts. Those you don't see often on the chips. It's kind of nice though. It's kind of thematic how Megabase Factorio looks like. Basically looks like it's the basic element of Factorio. Let's scan if there are any items on the ground anywhere. And if so, where they are. This appears to be over here. That's outside of the bot range, but I can pick it up personally. Okay, that is over here. I guess it's a good habit to just pick up some of those things. That's a very nice thing that this got deleted in Factorio 2.0. Stone destroyed in combat no longer puts like pieces of stone all over the floor, because those can quite easily end up on your belt. There's a bunch laying over here. I guess I don't have anything which can be placed, so I may as well just switch on my Roboport. I know, looks like we are deconstructing trees then. Please don't make Doom in Factorio. Doom can be made anywhere. That's the real challenge of a system. Can it run Doom? Mesmerizing. If I want to follow myself, I can just exit the map view, I guess. Let's just walk over some of the completed parts of the base. I guess we can just enjoy it like so. Yeah, the colors are already on the belts. Factorio in Doom already was done. Didn't someone implement Doom in Excel? Probably. I think Doom was literally run on a potato, drawing power from a potato. Right, so this entire part is now stone poop free. I guess the robot highway is less important at the moment. How is this? This should be free, right? There should be nothing in there. There's a bunch laying over here, but that's okay. Yeah, I think I will stop doing this. Alright. I think it is time for me to walk back to the base. I don't have logistics request on, so we can just walk in the path of the bots. Okay, this has not been switched on yet. It doesn't really make sense to walk there then. Base Tour 101. Then we'll walk back. And I'll do some more get up and stretching things. To catch up. Let's watch the actual map view. Spider, are you just so Spider is just so slow. Actually no, we're just running at 30 UPS it appears. Because of all the bots being assigned to 10 billion parts. Oh, I missed this pizza. The pizza slice. The pizza slice splitter. One of my proudest achievements of the base. Splitting 9 adjacent belts. 2 pairs of 9 adjacent belts into alternating belts. Very, very cool. Some gal simulated running Doom on bacteria. It sounds like something for Gleba. Can you run Doom on Gleba? Okay, now we get it. Now we're gonna get a sense of the scale of the low density structure build. This belt area is so massive I could use it to speed up the walking of Spidertron actually. Hey, maybe that's an idea. I can make Spidertron highways by just placing like 16 adjacent belts all the way up north and all the way back down south, and I could just run up and down faster on those. That's a lot of copper. That's a lot of copper. Productivity module 1s are broken. I'm seeing plus 50% pollution instead of plus 5. That is standard. So the productivity module 1s, they give minus 5% speed, but they give you plus 4% production. But the real cost is they make the machines pollute a lot more, the plus 50%. Well, I will hover over a productivity module here as well, as soon as we're walking down south again for a bit. And the tooltip only shows plus 5%. Aha, yeah, there should be 50%. Maybe somebody inserted a wrong number there. Wait, pollution plus 5%? Ah, no, wait it. Alright, so this is how it works. It's a little bit weird. So, productivity plus 4%, speed minus 5%, energy consumption plus 40%. Pollution is tied to the energy consumption of the machine. If the energy consumption is 40% higher, the pollution is 40% higher as well. But on top of that 40% energy consumption and pollution, you get an extra plus 5% pollution applied on top of that. So that's why the tooltip shows plus 5% pollution. That is basically extra pollution on top of the pollution by energy consumption. So those are tied together, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if it's multiplicatively or additive, but I think it's multiplicatively. We're already in the realm of severely polluted trees here. These trees don't look healthy anymore. At least I'm getting 60 UPS again. Looks like all trees have been deconstructed, so only one of the bot assigners is still running. Alright, that was enough looking at the bots for this stream. How much pollution is the 10K SPM base expected to produce? I don't know. About 10 times as much as the 1K SPM, I imagine. Let's find the time when the 1K SPM base was still running, which was approximately 25 hours ago, and check pollution at the same time scale. 25 hours ago. 18K from the assemblers. 11K from furnaces is 29. 36. 40. About 40k pollution a minute, which means our 10k SPM base is going to produce like close to 500,000 pollution a minute. Now what does that mean in terms of pollution cloud? I don't know, we'll have to find out. It kinda matters a lot if how far the pollution spreads out over the forests and whatnot. Currently the 1k SPM base produces approximately this size of pollution cloud around its epicenter, which is over here. But the cloud will still grow further and further because a lot of the pollution is destroying trees. And that is not sustainable. Basically, these trees at some point they'll be totally destroyed, and all of this pollution will have to dissipate further by basically terrain. and to a lesser degree trees itself, because as these trees get destroyed, also the absorption capacity of these trees lowers down. So it's basically, this will be fully deleted at some point and this will be lower at some point, which means yeah, tiles will be higher. And basically tiles is just the size of your pollution cloud. So, but it's going to take a lot of time to expand the pollution cloud out far enough. Hopefully we can keep up clearing out terrain with our assault spiders. As a matter of fact, maybe we should take a head start on that and start clearing some terrain up here, because definitely we're going to be polluting up north a lot. And once we switch on the base, I want to watch the base. I don't want to watch the spiders. So let's make a save. LDS is building. Time to blow up more biters, I guess. Will you build defense? No. So there's a reason most 10k or most mega bases are built with biters off. Biters basically consume UPS as well, which is the bottleneck of mega bases, is the speed at which your computer can run it. It's not going to be 60 UPS anymore. But by getting rid of all biters, both on the map as well as in the void, which we can do with some special techniques, we are basically simulating that biters are switched off. I guess for the full effect I would have to artillery all these biter bases on these tiny islands as well, but currently they're helping us absorb some pollution, which means the pollution is visibly denting here, because the biter bases on this lake are absorbing all the pollution that would have been spread out like so if those biters were not there. Pollution expands the world border as well, which is why we have explored beyond our pollution cloud, and we need to keep doing that. So this looks pretty close, but if we look on the map, I cannot even show it. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 11 chunks away from the world border. That's like half a radar's. That's like a radar scan range away, almost. So this is the amount. This is the furthest extent a radar would scan terrain. So we're still pretty far out, even though it looks like we're really creeping up on the edge here. Yeah, let's see how are my spiders doing. 14k rockets. 14k rockets. These don't have rockets, they should not have it. But we still have enough rockets to play around a bit with these spiders and hopefully not get them eliminated. So I guess we will have to... What was X standing for? Probably for nothing. I will have to probably explore like over this water a lot. Pollution spreads pretty fast over water, so we're gonna have to explore more terrain up there. Yeah, the pollution looks like a heart thanks to the biters. It's the biters' way of showing their love for my base. I guess. Is one interpretation. It's probably not the biters' interpretation, but I'm gonna say it's mine. Alright, so how did I do that again? We have support spiders. I think I just need to go like some sort of diagonal or circular exploration pattern around here. So I need to not leave the map view for this. I'm going to have to set game effects to lower, because the exploding rocket sounds from the map view is kind of broken. It is way too loud. Alright, so I have my assault spiders on 2 and on 4. 2 and 3 is one team, 4 and 5 is one team. I guess we're starting in this corner and just go diagonally upwards for now, and then explore all the terrain in between. I'm gonna go back catching up on Space Age. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, and see you next time. What's the progress of this season? The progress of this base? We're a pretty decent way done. So basically, there's like four main chunks. The first 3 science pack was chunk 1, that is done. Purple science was chunk 2, that is done. And then you could say blue chips and low density structures, which were the 2 by far biggest builds, were a chunk, which is now done as well. And then we just need to tie up the loose ends, complete space science, do the rocket fuel, do the satellite ingredients, and build the actual distribution system for the science packs. Finally something which we can do in the map again. That's going to be chunk 4, so I would say we're about 3/4 of the way there. With most of the science designing behind us already. So for yellow science we still need robot frames, but low density structures, which we're building now, and blue chips are done. And then for the rocket parts, we have low density structures already, but we need rocket fuel, as well as turning some of the blue chips, which we already have, into rocket control units with some speed modules, so that's half a build. Then we just need the rest of the satellite parts, which is, again, low density structures will have, blue chips will have, rocket fuel. What was the recipe again for satellite? Rocket fuel, right? Yeah. So the top 3 parts we'll already have. We just need to build a dedicated solar panel area, a dedicated accumulator area, and I guess a dedicated radar area, which is going to be quite small. Though not that small, we still are going to need like 500 radars a minute to launch. No, sorry, 50 radars a minute. How many radars a minute? Yeah, we need to launch 100 rockets every 10 minutes. Yeah, 100 rockets every 10 minutes. That's 50 radars a minute. So that's going to be tiny. The solar panel accumulator will still be a sizable-ish build. It's going to be larger than the area we have now, producing solar panels and accumulators. We cannot really recycle this build because it's too tiny. It's way too tiny for what we need. And this tiny area is what has gotten us this entire solar field with 1.7 million panels, and it's still way too tiny for 10,000 signs per minute. Yeah, it's gonna be a big build. Oh no, I think I accidentally deleted the blueprint I had been working on for several hours. Oh god. That is really bad. Make backups. I guess it's too late now. But yeah. I mean, when I was designing Warptorio, I kept a ton of backups in progress, just a copy and a backup in progress test finally, until it was finally ready. And you can also export your blueprint book to a string. I even have like when I was designing the self-balancing starter base, I would just copy the blueprint book and make backups after every change. So implement those things if you're designing something important. They were put in a save and then game crash. Oh, that sucks. Alright, let's do some biter blasting. We'll save again in case I do something horribly dumb. That's also why my save game system follows this. The disadvantage of doing this method of saving, my save file by now is 220 megabytes and I have literally tons of the things. So yeah, that's quite a bit of disk space. I guess I could delete some of them by now. Or export them to like some backup disk or something. I'm still producing because while I'm pretty confident we have enough, I'm not entirely sure, so I just want to keep production going. Hey, a miner has started. A belt is moving. Of course, this notification doesn't count during the construction process. Alright. So many things to get distracted by. Looks like we're mostly done with the build already. Let's at least blow up some biters. I have the wrong spider in the wrong area, though. My 2 spiders should be on the left and my 4 spiders should be on the right. That's probably the way to do it. Yeah, how else could you retrieve blueprints? Oh, the spiders are struggling to get through the acid here. Alright, so I guess we're exploring this diagonal then. You could try sending the... If it's really a lot of work, you could try sending the blueprint or the crashed save file to the dev team or ask on the forums if it's possible to retrieve blueprints from a crashed save file. I guess the crash should not affect every single part of the blueprint. Maybe just like data recovery is possible from crashed disks, maybe it's possible to extract a blueprint or blueprint book from a save file which has crashed. How did you get a save file to crash, by the way? That is an achievement by itself. I think in all these years I've had Factorio, it maybe crashed like a handful of times on me, certainly less than once per year or so. I guess we have to go to approximately this point. Let's see if we encounter no biters on the way. That seems unlikely. I have to keep an eye on these at all time. If they walk straight through a biter base like this, they're toast. At least I won't need to worry anymore about pushing up the evolution factor, since we are at 99.88%. I wonder how much of it is pollution and how much is spawner kills. Let's run the evolution command as soon as I take care of these biters so they don't make expansions anywhere. I guess I will just try to go automated again on the biter extermination like so. So this command you can safely run. Time is 0%. 0% of rounded down to the nearest percent. 0% has been caused by progression of time. 173 hours of progress time, which contributes 0% to the evolution factor. 28% has been pollution and 72% spawner kills. And that for a default settings map. It's not even that wild. There are a little bit more biter bases around. Like the biter bases are sparser, but they are larger. But overall there are more biter nests per square chunk on the map than default settings. But evolution progression is default settings. So how much pollution is that? Roughly 300 million pollution, I guess. As far as that means anything. Oh wait, I wanted to repair my bots. That's why I brought them over here. Repair my spiders. 2k hit points remaining. As long as I don't run out of rockets and I don't walk through a biter nest without me noticing it, I should probably be kind of fine. Okay. I guess we'll clean up with the white spider team. I need the warp spider, man. Dang it, we generated a nest here. That is a source for new biter expansion, so those will have to go as well. In fact, I need to stop. Let's go take care of those guys. You can see we are generating them as we speak, because the worms in this chunk are not woken up yet. If I walk close by into this chunk, they'll all wake up at the same time. So watch this. They all just get up at exactly the same time. Okay, walking straight into a biter base is bad for the spider health. So let's do something to that extent. Let's see how the white spider is doing. Still pretty green in the health bar department. back to the line. Click the dots, engaging gameplay. That is just worms, but yeah, no, I won't generate those. There's a little bit too many biters generated at the same time for my liking. Those could immediately start sending out expansions because there's not many places to expand to. Random click, spam. Should probably get rid of all of those. I guess that one can stay behind. Artillery spiders would be amazing. The problem with artillery is it causes big biter revenge attacks onto your... Actually, I don't know if it's a revenge attack onto your base by default or just to the location where artillery is firing from. Probably just to the location where artillery is firing from, but don't quote me on that. Man, this biter nest just keeps going. I will have to do some better chunk management here. Okay, we're still in the green. Okay. Looks like the bots are almost done. At least all the bots have been assigned. Looks like except for these. Because that's outside of the range of these bots. That's okay. Ah, looks like these pipes are outside of the range. So I need to go a bit closer. I can go this close without connecting. So let's do that. That should take care of those last 49 trees or whatever. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. They will just attack the artillery location. So once I explore all of this, that will at least give me a little bit of leeway for the 10k SPM pollution. To spread out without causing any trouble. Water. That's always a welcome sight. There's another water patch up there. Water patch. I guess water patch is a word now. Right, so if there's water right here, I probably do not want to explore too much in the northern direction. Just like a little bit. Just to see how it's going. If it's a serious patch or not. I think that's good enough. I guess we'll go like this and hope we don't discover too many more biters. And then the blue team can go to the right here. Maybe it's just a small lake, it could be. Still big enough to get your spider stuck on, apparently. Okay, the bot highway has calmed down. It's just the last few bots now placing stuff. Guess we're still on the way with the roboport. Cannot look too long, because I will kill my bots. And my spiders. Yeah, I don't really care about chunk generation that much, because I need to explore all of it anyway. RIP. Oh, I actually came out not that bad. Maybe I was just in time. I walked straight into the center of a large biter base. That normally doesn't end very well. Maybe I should just explore in an erratic sort of way as well. My mouse is still doing like weird jumps all the time. After some update, which is horrible. Words exist if you use them. Yeah, by now outserter has become a word, I feel. We have inserters and we have outserters. Those are the things which take the stuff out of the assemblers, obviously. I mean, I don't feel I need to explain that. It's in the word. The word of outserter. There's that guy still on the way. Looks like some part of the base has switched on. Here there's pollution now. Guess it's the miners just filling up these furnaces with steel. Yeah, that's just gonna disappear again over time. It happened as well with the blue chip area. That is completely gone now as well. So we mined a bunch of iron, but that pollution is completely gone by now. Okay, there's already biters here. Stop jumping all over the place, Mr. Mouse. It looks like it's kind of time for a repair. The white spider is down to yellow in the hit point department. Blue boy is ready to go again. Alright, looks like the entire LDS build is done. Okay, white spider is in trouble. I think it's he's out of battery. That's dangerous because these guys can now possibly form expansions, which is not great. Let's try to rush a bit with these, just walk straight in. Alright, he was down to a couple hundred hit points. Or less, I didn't really take the time to look. Okay, 48, I will give you 84 compressed belts of copper. I already said I actually should have clickbaited 252 compressed belts of copper. With of course an asterisk attached to it that it would be yellow belts. Okay, white spider as good as new, so let's... There's probably nothing hiding in these voids anymore. But we cannot be careful enough. Here we go. This is my low density structure build over here. The entirety of it for 10,000 signs per minute, yellow signs, rocket parts and satellites. Start with a small copper mine over here, which is like 20 belts or so ish. 21. That one meets up with another small copper mine over here, which also outputs 21 compressed belts. That goes on to this 42 white belt array. And on the other side we have another array of copper, forming another 42 belt white array. What's going on with my mouse, man? That all goes together and is distributed over these 42 rows of low density structure assemblers. The copper is smelted first, one belt, then another belt, then one belt of copper consumption, another belt of copper consumption, keeping the lines fairly short. On the bottom we have this S-band of coal, which will go into plastics, which then will go onto 21 belts of plastics, where it is joined by 9 belts of steel coming from 32 belts of iron ore, which is smelted in line into steel everywhere. That is what we have finished up today. The bots have just finished building it, and we have been preparing for the inevitable expansion of the pollution cloud around these super high production areas of low density structures, as well as this one, which is blue chips. That is gonna be an epic one as well. So yeah, we are basically making some space for our pollution to go places. Okay, how many rockets do we still have left? We may have to go back to the base for a resupply. 12k? Okay, we are still good. We're still good, no worries whatsoever. Hopefully there are no biter expansions here. If there are, we'll notice soon enough. They'll expand, I guess, into this radar view soon enough. What does it matter if pollution reaches the empty void? Biters are on. So just as these biters are now discovering new terrain with biters on them, so will the pollution once it spreads out beyond the explored land. It will generate new chunks, including the biters on them, which then will sniff the pollution and come attack my undefended base, because we haven't placed a single defensive turret for the entire game, I think. Trying to do the same in Space Age, by the way, just finish the game without placing a defensive turret ever. So far it's going well. Norvis, I know how to do it. The other two planets I went to didn't really have a need for defensive turrets, for obvious reasons if you played Space Age already. But the last planet is probably going to be different, I have a feeling. This is a small lake, or maybe it's like a precursor lake to a larger lake which exists somewhere over here. That could be as well. Mouse jump is a feature? No, not really. That's really annoying. Maybe I'm just gonna try to draw a straight line. White Spider team discovered another nest. The mouse jumps are too large when they happen unplanned. I'm in range of behemoth worms already here. Okay, Here I want to be careful I don't generate chunks I don't need to generate. Looks like I will need to generate a lot of chunks though. Dang, these nests are way too large. Maybe I can stay in this chunk. So the worms don't really matter, except I kinda want to clear all the biters off the map by the time we go for the 10k base. Alright, that's good enough. The blue spider is pretty damaged, so I have to be careful in this fight. Try to stay a good distance away. And hopefully the rockets will have had time to clear out most of the biters. Okay, then we'll go for a joint repair after this. How many rockets did I use in total? I have used 400,000 and I have produced 686,000, so that means I have about 280,000 in stock, I guess. Maybe not. I have 193,000 in stock. Some of them are still on the spiders, and I also lost 2 spiders, probably like 2 spider teams, including red follower spiders. I lost, which is like 6 spiders worth of rockets. I was carrying only 10,000 rockets per spider at the time, but still it was a pretty ouchy loss. Can check the biter kills perhaps. 54,000 behemoth worms. Only 37k and 36k biters and spitters of the big variant. 62,000 biter bases. That's a lot of biter bases. But yeah, we don't really give much of a chance for biters to spawn, and no biters are being generated to attack our base at all, because we are not polluting any biter bases. So basically any base we discover only starts spawning biters right that moment. There's not really a chance for the biters to build up to a critical mass. It is mostly the behemoth worms which are doing all the damage. Those guys are pretty painful. Ah. I almost forgot the white spider could also just walk straight into a nest. I have a feeling I haven't lost the last spider yet. And another nest above here. Sometimes they really chain together like that. There's not much I can do about it. Anytime we see a new nest, we have to go take it out, or the biters will just start sending expansions all over the map again, literally all over the map, with enough time. And they will have enough time, because this is a long game. So we're in the business of blowing up, and business is good. Oh, so that was a pretty big jump outwards we had to make. I tried to make a nice horizontal line, as we've been doing on this side of the map, for instance, but it looks like this is a kind of a hotspot at the moment. Okay, actually the spiders are hardly damaged. Business is booming. That is definitely true. We are in the booming business here. Yeah, so the trick is indeed doing this. The Spidertrons do not generate new chunks in the background. The player does, up to a distance of like 20 chunks away. I don't know if that changed in 2.0, I haven't checked it yet. But in Factorio 1.1 at least, mouse jumps. The terrain slowly generates in the background up to a distance of 20 chunks away from the player. So once you go exploring, be sure to never go within 20 chunks of the map border with the player. Take out all the biters with Spidertrons, like so. And then just explore further with Spidertrons as needed. And then you can be sure that nothing exists in the void anymore. I can show that real quick in this part here. If we look at expansion chunks, they're only around this generated nest. If there are biters in the void here, those circles would also show up over here. I don't want to look at the entire map like this, because if I made a mistake somewhere, I might get surprised still. And we do not want to ruin the surprise, if there will be one. So I probably just want to go up a little bit higher. Here is water again. Since this is hardly a straight line anyway, we may as well just give in then. How did you come across this technique? I really don't remember. It's been a long time already. There is a command which lets you reveal all generated chunks, and by running that repeatedly at the beginning of the game, you can see every time you press the command, every second a new chunk gets generated around the player, and if you do that for half an hour, that eventually stops. Then you can count the distance to the map border. That would be one way to do it. Yeah, and I think in the World Peace playthrough, the Ultimate Death World Challenge, I used it. I used it for the first time in a video. Alright, this is a nice straight line for our map border. Of course, there's gotta be some biters on this peninsula over here. We can even stretch over there. Looks like more biter islands over here. That is good. Biter islands can absorb pollution. They cannot send attacks, nor can they send expansions, because the biters cannot fly over the water to expand on the mainland again. So we don't really care about that part. So basically, since that time I made a blueprint, which is this one. You can also see this one in the Ultimate Death World Challenge. The center chunk is the player, so if I need to go somewhere, I can scan. Can I walk here without generating new chunks? Yes, I can, but if I need to go here, I cannot. So I can now see this in advance. So for instance, I should not be exploring around this side of the lake by myself. That would generate new chunks for the moment. Well, I can basically safely go anywhere else on the map. Really, the map has grown so large at this point. It is kinda hard to get close to the edge of the map unintended at this point in time. Yeah, eventually pollution reaches an equilibrium and not expand anymore. It's going to take a very, very long time to reach that though. In the Ultimate Death World Challenge, it reached it because I did an efficiency module focus build, even for the large base, with efficiency beacons nonetheless, to reduce pollution. Which is why it reached an equilibrium there, in a sort of relatively small map still. But here that won't be the case, because we go full nuts on productivity and speed modules everywhere. And each machine outputs an insane amount of pollution. Like for instance, let's check out an oil refinery here. There's like 114 pollution per minute, while a regular one does 6. So 114 pollution a minute, 6. And with efficiency modules that would become 1.2. 1 pollution a minute compared to 116. So that's like 2 orders of magnitude more pollution output from a fully beaconed machine compared to a minus 80% pollution machine. I can go one chunk higher, then it will be equal. Ideally, I would not get above this chunk. If this biter nest can just cooperate... Looks like it can. Dang. When you click on the minimap, you go to map view. That's one more reason to switch off the minimap if you're doing these type of map view combat situations. I guess that's a good baseline. We'll send in the black reinforcement repair spider as well. Alright. What am I doing? Not much. I can throw away garbage. Delete this one. And delete all hoverboards. Delete everything. And just pick up my chest of stuff. And then I'll switch on this. And somehow I'm requesting 1,000 underground pipes. Oh, I remember now. I did that because I had to place all of these pipes manually, which take water all the way from out in this lake. How's the blue belt stockpile doing? We're steady at 260k. Basically, it does not take too much production to replenish the build. How many are producing a minute? Belt. We're resupplying roughly 100 blue belts a minute, if these chests are not all full. But yeah, we've got a big stockpile. We're also about to fill up these chests again, so let's expand the storage a bit. At some point we have to stop exploring out and start go back down. But here's water. Perhaps we can find a nice meeting point. 1.7 billion copper in dispatch. That's just rich enough to basically never run out, unless you run the game for 1,000 hours. I will need to go up north here a bit. Looks like there's another nest connected to it. Because why wouldn't there be? Ah no, there is not. Alright, clean. Random worm, that's usually not a good sign. That means there's a big nest coming. Look how few biters there are. Oh, this is not a great idea though, running straight in through the middle. I'm already generating some new biter bases. Let's first take out these crabs. The advantage is they cannot really expand far because this land physically does not exist yet. I'll actually show you that because it's been a while since we did the map generation thing. So if you go into editor mode and we zoom in here, you can see this is basically not generated in the background. Even though this is generated, the chunks in between are not generated. If you look here where the biters are, this is generated. Obviously there's a huge nest behind here because this is just the start of the nest. But these biters do not exist yet. The terrain exists, but the biters still don't exist. Until we look, they don't exist. They will remain quantum biters, so to say. But as soon as my spider walks in a chunk which would reveal those, like if I go here, it would reveal these chunks. If I would go here, it would reveal all of these chunks simultaneously. So let's do that. I'm walking in, and here we are. And now it gets generated. We walk further, and now we generate all of these chunks, including the biters on there. So that is basically how that works. But still, beyond here, land does not exist. The spider forces a collapse of the wave function, yes. Yeah, it was a good, it was a memeable turn of events. The quantum biter thing and the ultimate death world challenge. It was actually very nice. If I didn't know if the playthrough would succeed at the beginning, but I did know the plan, the end game plan to make world peace. I already did know how I was supposed to achieve that from the beginning. I just didn't know it was possible to get out of the opening and survive it, basically. But if you rewatch that series ever, you can see me already telegraphing the quantum biters conundrum in episode 2, I believe. 1, maybe 1 even, but I think episode 2 it was. There already was some foreshadowing about how the ending would go. So yeah, probably one of my most well planned out series in that regard. Way more so than Warptorio. Actually, that's not true. I did plan out the Warptorio sequence as well pretty well. Especially the endgame base with the 50 hours of blueprint designing. I guess that counts as pretty well planned out as well. Alright, so let's go diagonally down. Maybe we find the water. If we find more water, we can continue a straight-ish line to the water, but it doesn't appear that we are going to be running into a large water source here. Okay, we do find water. Some nice lakeside biters. They didn't know they were living lakeside until a few moments ago, when they suddenly popped into existence. There's not a biter base here, because there's a worm there. So let's not look away just yet. It's already preventively start jiggling the mouse all over the place. It's jiggling time. If we meet another large nest, the spider probably won't survive this, even though I'm doing this kind of thing. Ooh, he's already looking very bad right now. Okay, I'll manually control him for a bit. He's out like in the red of the hit points. Alright, let's not take too much chances. We are very far away from the base, so let's go in for a clean repair before doing anything dumb. Alright, the epicenter is gonna be here, so I guess we can maybe proceed to go like diagonally down to this lake. I mean, that's a little bit optimistic that we can walk all this way. You cannot even see it on the map, but I clicked. I'm so far zoomed out that even the spider's front parts are not visible. Right, so that guy will be fine. This guy obviously will be a little bit less fine. Just force our way through. I guess we send the black spider on its tail, because we probably will be in need of some repairs in the not too distant future, I suppose. Trying to generate the minimum amount of chunks possible by staying within the chunk borders, so we don't generate unnecessary chunks. Alright, nice. I guess keep going this way. That looks like a pretty sizable pair of patches as well. Some big melons of iron patches here. A nice pair. Size 1.7 G. Alright, so that's a nice, gonna be a nice sizable chunk of land. Okay, that's bad. 2 biter nests generated at the same time. And once we're this far out, everything is just behemoth. The first place kills are still big biters and big spitters, and it will remain that way. The spawn rate at 100% evolution still is 50% big biters, and then it's like 3-8 is behemoths and 1-8 is still medium. So big biters and spitters will always be 50%. There is an expansion group. Okay, I distracted them. Those were going to expand. Let's see if I can see that. There you have it. This chunk was selected for expansion, that's why it's blinking, and that group was heading there to form a biter expansion. We're just in time. If they get through without me detecting that, that could be very bad. Because if they remain undetected, then they will just keep forming a new expansion like 15 times per hour, 15 new expansions will pop up every single hour. So that's a lot of biter expansions over the course of the game. Yeah, we're probably gonna need some repairs after this. Hopefully I won't generate new chunks with the black spider. Kinda went a sin path. Okay, that one is still circling. We can probably do a little bit of this. This guy is now repaired. So we can start exploring a bit like this, hopefully. Hopefully I won't have to babysit the guy if I just do it like this. Meet up. Okay, I'm generating new chunks with the black spider. I like to believe that the new biter island is actually connected to a comically absurd peninsula. Yeah, that would indeed be comically absurd. It is possible. There could be a thin stretch of land going out and spiral all the way back to the mainland. The problem for the biters is though that all of this land does not exist yet. Even the land does not exist, or the water does not exist more than 3 or so chunks out. So they won't be able to part around, even if they would want to. Okay, let's try to make it to the waterfront on this side. Man, it's still so far away, I cannot even click it. And maybe then we'll call it good for today. Did what we needed to do. We had a little bit of extra time, so we took out some biters, which is also necessary. You can see the pollution is already starting to dissipate again, now that the entire production chain grinded to a halt again. And you can see this white spider is about to die in a giant biter base because I'm looking somewhere else like an idiot. There's probably going to be another biter base behind there. Yeah, thanks C-Rex. Maybe see you tomorrow again on the... probably tomorrow I'm just going to go to Gleba. There's no more avoiding it. Kinda have to do it. Okay, now we almost made it. There's another biter base. I was pretty sure we would walk into more biters here, but apparently we are gonna get out without a problem. I guess eventually we could come out here with our artillery turrets again, set them up roughly over here, and then just explore the waterfront with artillery shells to get a nice straight line, just like we've been doing on other parts of the map. Alright, let's meet this water. Oh, there's another one. Alright, let's see if we can now make it to the water. That's probably the right shape to do it. This is all from the 1k SPM base still. And the 10k SPM base is going to be concentrated around here. So I'm definitely far enough out here. I probably have to go way more out on this side though, eventually. But yeah, we'll see when we get to that point. It's another final big biter base to close off our exploration efforts. Alright, we made it. We'll go back for a repair. This guy is repaired as well. It's not quite yet time yet to come back to the base, but yeah, we'll see. Alright, so I may just fill in this area off cam with the spiders. I mean, it's getting old, the spider exploration. I haven't done it for quite some episodes already, because we've been doing it a lot, especially to clear out the solar field and that kind of things. This is just like filler content. Literally, we need to fill in this area. So it's going to be pretty filler. I would rather spend my streams on finishing up the designs for the 10,000 signs per minute base. So I may just do some of this boring, grindy parts off camera, if you guys don't mind. If you really mind, then let me know in chat. If the general consensus seems to be, no, we want to see every rocket explosion, then I'll do it. But I just want to save you going through the trouble of watching 2 hours of explosions, really. So we can get to the... I mean, the combat part was done in the beginning. Now it is time to start enjoying the big build part. That is my view, at least. Alright, anyway, I think we can, all the bots are now situated in this build again, so it is time to draw them out. I should have done that already, I forgot about that. We can simply do that with the... In this version of Factorio, we can simply do that with the bot recaller 10,000 or something like that. Where is it? Just tasking the bots to place like a bazillion bells. That should eventually call up all my bots. There are still a couple ones here, but almost all of them will have to come from very far away places, like here. Out of all of these roboports. They're gonna be departing from... Okay, there's just a couple ones situated in here. I'm missing all the good explosions. Alright, 7 more thousand bots to call up. Bot fireworks. Finally caught some. Okay, these are the last rows. Zip, 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 zip. Nice. Yeah, there's a limit at some point. I feel that as well. I will get up and stretch right after the stream. I'm about to end, I think. Right. All of the bots have been called up. I think I placed way too many. Ah, click. Still all bots in the air. Still all bots in the air. Still all construction bots in the air. Okay, that's good. All of them has been assigned. 27,000 bells, so some of the bots will have to do 2 tasks, but that's okay. At least all of them are gonna be on their way back. And since the bots are not smart, they all will be back. And we have this entire roboport network empty again. We can disconnect it before we do the next giant build. Because it would be pretty bad if we want to build this and all the bots are still stuck over here. That would lead to a lot of problems. But yeah, they're all coming back on the bot highway. This part is actually working out a lot better than I had thought it would. Despite the weird kink in the roboport network here. So that's all good. Looks like the last remaining bots are over here. There's still a bunch of them charging up. That's what I mean with the throughput of your bot network. Look how few bots are flying here, even though there's a giant queue to charge up bots. That's why the roboport highway has so many roboports. So the bots can charge up a lot faster everywhere. Like here. That's a lot more bots which are actively flying. Right, I'm going to make the end of stream save here. End of stream save LDS done. Right, the list of things which are left to do is as is starting to become overseeable, believe it or not. We just do robot frames next, I guess. That will complete yellow signs. Then we can also lead out belts of blue chips and low density structures to yellow signs. The assemblers have already been built. Then next up it is the rocket parts, I guess, of which low density structures is already done. Rocket control units are half done because of the blue chips are already being done. Rocket fuel is going to be a royal pain in the behind, but we'll get through it anyway. I think rocket fuel is going to be the point where I really will start to love the Factorio 2.0 fluid system, despite how much I have been ripping on it beforehand. After that I will become a total convert, I think. After rocket fuel is just the satellite, of which 3 ingredients already will be done. It will be just building a new solar and accumulator field, which will be annoying because I've already done it 3 times by now. Or I will have done it 3 times. We've built this one, we've built the one for 1k SPM. I don't know, something about building solar panels and accumulators is just deeply unsatisfying to me, even if it's just for the satellite production. Worst part, in Factorio 2.0 the satellite has been removed from the game entirely, so there is no need even anymore if I would ever upgrade this base, so let's not do that. Yeah, and then it's just raiders. Then it's just building a giant train to pick up all the science packs from the, I guess, only 2 different areas. We have the first 3 science packs coming out over here. Red, green and blue. And the other 2 are coming out over here, purple and yellow. So that's just 2 train stops really. Space science will be produced in the giant rocket launching lab facility. The 10k variant of this one, this is the 1k variant. The 10k variant is going to be epic, absolutely epic. This trickle of bots, which all were charging over here, finally have completed their charging. So now the last of the bots will start to make their way back as well. Finally. Yeah, and then at the very end it is going to be, we're going to delete our entire starter base, as we will replace it with the 10,000 signs per minute blueprint, which is gonna look approximately like this. This is the size of it. I've already built a part of it. All the cascading red squares in the middle are rocket silos, and all the things around it are the labs. It's gonna be majestic. But yeah, in order to fit this at our starter base location, the starter base will have to go. Our trusty loyal base, which produced every single component of the 10,000 signs per minute base, excluding the modules and the solar panels and accumulators for this field over here. What a crazy amount of resource patches under here, man. Yeah, such is life. All good things come to an end, but it will still be a while before we can conclude this playthrough. So with that, thanks everybody for watching. It was nice hanging out. Thank you for pointing out my mistakes, especially the one with the plastics. That one could have been quite bad. Yeah, the bots are going to have a busy time constructing all of this. After they're done, I can again cut off the Roboport network over here and all the bots will be at home. Where am I? I am at home as well. So let me bring myself over here. We can just go up with the bots together. I'll make the final save here instead of where I was before. Alright. So tomorrow it's going to be time for me to land on the planet of doom. or at least so you all have made it sound for me. Yeah, I'm really curious to how it's going to be like live on Gleba without any supplies sent down from the heavens. We're going to do a cold start as far as it's possible on Gleba, as far as possible with all the technologies research that we have. That means, of course, we're not starting without even having researched automation. It is our last planet after all. We also have a nice mech armor with some personal construction bots and whatnot. But yeah, we won't have any supplies, we won't have a rocket silo to get off of the surface. We'll have to make everything which we need to escape off the surface again on planet Gleba directly. I sure hope rocket silos do not spoil, but all of the rest probably will. Yeah, how that will go, I'm both excited and nervous at the same time, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow. So for now, thanks everybody for watching. I'll start shutting up, and I will see you all next time.